Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into another Wednesday night, man. There's some extra sauce for you. And let me tell you something. It's some action going on this show, man. We're gonna switch it around a little bit tonight, man. Because we got so much good feedback when we was doing the live show. Kids and Trips start taking off talking about movies, and all of a sudden we get a whole bunch of feedback in the comment section. And so I thought it would be a good idea this week to, just put the Doomsday Preppers to the side for this week and just discuss some movies, and we'll see how that goes, man. We got like 5 of them selected for you guys. I think you're gonna like them, and man, it's gonna be a good show, man. We got all the other stuff, the usual stuff that we do. Kids is running Canada late as usual. That's what he does. But he said he'll be here in about 10 minutes or so. But instead of we're gonna do a switcheroo, Trips, man, because normally we'll do a whole other thing before we start talking about Bears, but we're gonna do something very specific right now, because I went to go find the injury report for the Bears today, and lo and behold, I get on the Bears website, I see this little love letter written by Kevin Warren to the fan base, and I'm like, what the hell is this all about? So I didn't think nothing of it. I'm busy trying to get prepared for the show. Think nothing of it. Go to ESPN and look, and what do I see as a headline? Bears are looking for other locations for the Bears' new stadium, including the state of Indiana. And I'm just like, you know what, man? I got to hold my tongue tonight, Trips, man, because I might start going off on this guy, man. I just don't. Man, the guy don't jive right with me, man. I'm just telling you, man. I just do not like that. I just wonder how the fan base is reacting to it.
Well, I don't know what y'all want him to do. I mean, yes, we want him to get the stadium built, but for anybody who is born and raised or lives in or have lived in Illinois, you know how the politics goes. And so it's not like they can just say, okay, we building it. You know, there's something that they need from the state government. And the state government is different than the Arlington Heights government. You know, they had their own thing that the Bears had to overcome. And so there's stuff involved. Now, it would seem simpler if the George McCaskey would just be like, well, how much that is? All right, let me get my checkbook. And boom, 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 it's done. That would be the easiest thing, but yeah, that's not happening. I mean, come on. We just happy that we got George to pay for Ben Johnson. You know what I'm saying? And Kevin Warren. So now it just seems like, using Indiana is just another leverage thing, because Indiana is going to have more land and a better price than other locations that they investigated in Illinois. So it's just going to be another option that the team can use against the state. And the state will eventually, get their head out of their asses. But politics, Illinois, that's just how that go. So it seems as though Warren is in a no-win situation, because ownership, is just not gonna cover everything, and the local and the state governments all got their hands out. So it's a thing.
So if I had to guess, Trip, this is just it really is a guess. If I had to put on my thinking cap, I would think that George probably wants that stadium in Arlington, because he did some intentional things before he hired Kevin Warren. So I think his intention is to put that stadium in Arlington. However, whatever's going on in the Arlington politics has caused probably a nice little rupture in between him and the owner. Kevin, I think, probably really wants a stadium here in the city, but he probably quickly realized that's not doable. But he went through a whole bunch of posturing. for the fan base and for the state and for the city, to make it look like he was really intent on trying to make something happen here. I really do believe his intent, if he had it his way, that stadium would be 100% on the lakefront. But I don't see that happening. Go ahead.
I don't know. I think for nostalgia sakes, the lakefront is the prime location, but Arlington Heights gives them the opportunity to start minting money. I mean, that's just a printing press for dollars, because not only do you have the stadium on land that you own and have full control over, unlike Soldier Field, now they have all the other acreage to develop, with the little bear land, the hotels, the restaurants, and all of the amenities that modern franchises have in their little villages. I mean, just look at Wrigleyville in the city. There's hotels, there's bars, there's restaurants, there's entertainment. During the off season, they have concerts and other festivals and venues with their own stadium in Arlington Heights. Now you can look at not Super Bowls, because they don't have those in winter locations, but bowl games or other college events that they can hold there. It's much more financially beneficial to do it in Arlington Heights, and I don't know if they got it like that. If they could just look, let's just write this check, go and get this land and start printing this money. We're gonna recoup this outlay, in no time. I don't know if it's that easy. I mean, if it is, that would seem to be the beneficial route. But lack of that, Kevin Warren got to be in the situation. It's like, fuck. First, it's these Arlington Heights MFers, want this amount of tax stuff. Now it's these state of Illinois MFers. It was a city of Chicago MFers. It's like, well, let me mess with these Indiana MFers, see what they talking about. So I think it's it's one of those just situations where it's like, look, we got to have patience for it, and we would like a new stadium, but right now I think the most important that we care about is happening on the field. So that's a happy distraction.
Well, the truth about it is, in between the politics, is the state of Illinois. Listen, you're going to have to pay your weight here in the state of Illinois. You're a billionaire. You got doing billionaire things. You're going to have to, they're going to put you over the barrel a little bit, and they're going to make sure they get the city gets everything they can get out of you. And that's just the price of doing business. And so there's no getting around that. You're going to have to do business here in the state of Illinois, get used to it, be a big boy about it, and take your L's, because it's going to be like what you said. At a certain point, it's going to be printing money. The money's going to be coming in so fast, you're going to be trying to figure out what the hell to do with the extra revenue, because you're going to have so many different things going on, just so much variety. So I just don't know how. I'm pretty sure that's kind of hard to keep secret if you have intentions on, especially if you pick up the phone and called some politician or some landowner in Indiana. That's going to be hard to keep quiet. But no wonder you got to write a love letter to Chicago. As soon as they hear shit like that, what are you doing even entertaining a thought of moving the Bears to Indiana? What the F is wrong with you? That's just you just created a PR problem for yourself. You had a lot of favor going into this month, particularly with the success of your team and some of the moves that you made. Now you make this fumble here, man. This is stupid, man. Even if you had intentions on checking that out, you shouldn't have said it out loud. Shouldn't have said shit. Should have moved with silence.
But the thing is, it's a negotiating tactic if it is, and those things, you got to say out loud. So you got to let the Arlington Heights people know. You got to let the state of Illinois people know that they aren't the only game in town, that you got options. And it's like, hey, Northwest Indiana would love that tax revenue that they would get. And it would be a fraction of what Illinois is, trying to tax them for, literally and figuratively. So playing, two sides against the middle is just a smart negotiation tactic. And that's what, Warren's doing. And Indiana's like, they got no loyalty to the city of Chicago. They got no loyalty to, the state of Illinois. They was like, hey, we can get another, NFL team in our state, because the Colts, they're down there 4 hours away. But that, just think of how much money that would bring into the state of Indiana. So they have a vested interest in trying to attract the franchise. So they gonna make a sweet deal. And as the president of the organization, you got to look at it and just strategically just think about what this week is. This young Bears team, is fighting to take the ownership of the division against their heated rival in a playoff implicated game. Let me go ahead and change the focus a little bit. Let's talk about the stadium. Let me go ahead and take some of this heat and let the young team, go and put their heads down and focus and not have to be the center of all of Bears' attention and fandom for the week.
Man, I'm just reading some of this article. I'll go ahead and read some of it to y'all. And so I'm just going to read the quote, one of Kevin Warren's quotes. He says, in addition to Arlington Park, we need to expand our search to critically evaluate opportunities throughout the wider Chicagoland region. That's interesting, including Northwest Indiana. Warren said, this is not about leverage. We spent years trying to build a new home in Cook County. We invested significant time and resources evaluating multiple sites and rationally decided on Arlington Heights. And he goes on and on talking about what the fans deserve and all this whole nonsense. What I think what Kevin Warren is running into is exactly kind of what you said at the very beginning. This is big boy politics in the world right here. Chicago is a whole universe, man. And the state of Illinois is too. It's one of the most highly populated cities in the world. I mean, cities in the world, especially in this country. And also because we have to pay out, and I'm trying to keep the politics out of this, because we pay a significant amount of money to the federal government in federal income taxes, you got to make sure you're bringing in revenue. And so the state of Illinois is doing exactly right, playing hardball with the Chicago Bears, playing hardball with Kevin Warren and George McCaskey. They should be. They should make sure they milk the situation for every single dime that they can. The state depends on a certain amount of revenue, so does the federal government. And so this is just the price of doing business. This ain't fucking Minneapolis, Minnesota, bro. You got to play hardball, and at some point he's gonna have to realize, man, you checkmated, dog. You're gonna have to play this thing the way it's coming to you, not the way you want it.
Yeah, but the thing is, adding Indiana to the board, now you're adding another variable. You're adding another player. Now it's state of Illinois. It's not just the state of Illinois and the Bears. It's the state of Illinois, the Bears, and Indiana.
He's delaying the inevitable is what he's doing. He's gonna have to play ball.
But there's a difference is if he can, drag these negotiations out for however long, and he can save $10 million a year, over the lifetime of that property, that $10 million can add up to billions. So, I mean, you talking about, well, we want to get this done. It was like, yeah, y'all thinking short term. He's got to think long term as well. And a few millions here, a few million there saved is going to add up.
It's that you can think about, that's like the macro view, and the macro view is important. What you can, every dime is important to people with a lot of money. And I'm like this, Trips. I'm just at a point where I want to see progress. I think there should have been shovels in the dirt already. I think it would be good for the psyche of the fan base to know that stadium is in progress. We're having success right now. It just all fits like a hand in glove. That's like for the fan base now I'm speaking for. It just feels like like this all we need right now to be talking about this shit. And we got a successful team, and you throw the word Indiana in there, and what's the fan base naturally going to do? They're going to rebel. They're gonna act the donkey, and they should.
Well, but I mean, that's like saying, well, it was the Chicago Bears, but it's still going to be the Chicago Bears and not the Arlington Heights Bears, because technically Arlington Heights ain't Chicago, but it's still within the Chicagoland metro area. Okay, cool. But now it's like, well, you can't move to Indiana. It's like, well, what's the fucking difference? It's still not Chicago. So, I mean, Indiana, Arlington Heights is still not Chicago, but Northwest Indiana is still within the Chicagoland metro area. So, instead of moving northwest, they're going to be moving southeast, but it's going to be approximately the same distance. So, 6 1/2, half dozen, up your ass. So it doesn't really matter. But I think what we are also not recognizing is that Kevin Warren, this is what he does. I mean, we as fans have our time schedule, our timetable. We want it done yesterday. He ain't got that same motivation that we have. He has a motivation and the fiscal fiduciary responsibility to his boss, George. And it's like, hey, George, peep game, we can write this check, and outlay all this money and have it built tomorrow. But in the long run, it's going to cost us a few $1 billion. And, George's going to be like, all right, get your resume together because your ass is out of here. And then, the next guy's like, all right, it may take another year. It may be 2027, 2028 before we get shovels in the ground, but we're going to come up a few $1 billion in the long run. That's the macro view that the President Warren is looking at. And, everything else is just kind of like, yeah, we'll pay that little lease because we're still under lease in Soldier Field, for several more years. So it ain't like we have to make a move right now.
Yeah. So when he says Northwest Chicago and I'm in Northwest Indiana, that area, he's thinking Hammond, right?
Yeah, Hammond, Gary, someplace up in there.
Okay. So just to be clear on that, that's I wasn't ready for that one today, man. I'm just like, at any given time, I thought they was going to be breaking the news that we decided, hey, this is where we're going. We got this plan for this thing in Arlington, man. I'm just through with it, man. Well, we've been hearing this shit for the last, I don't know how long, 2 years. I'm just tired of hearing about it, man. Sick of it. But that's how we start the show tonight, baby. That's how we start.
But also remember, it's like, all right, the Bears been playing in Soldier Field since I was a small children, and they want to move out and get their own thing. All right, so are they just gonna jump, feet first without having every I dotted, every T crossed? Nah, they gonna take their time, be prudent, be patient, and when the move is right, they will make it. It's like, all right, they acquiesced over here, they compromised over there, we got over there. Now we gonna close the deal. It happens when it happens. You can't rush it because remember, this is big money moves going on, and we having these little money minds, and those don't mix.
Yeah, I'm just glad kids ain't here because this shit got me. I like talking about football things. I forget all this. I don't like talking about it. I just wake me up when the goddamn shit's done.
Hey, that's part of the business.
Man, I don't like talking about it. I can't stand that shit, man, because everybody gets in an argument about how much something should cost, and I don't like it, man. Just don't like it.
Well, I'm sure they'd be like, hey, Nomad Network, if y'all want to go ahead and write this check for it, please. Oh, no? Then shut the fuck up. Man, that's what Kevin Warren's saying right now.
Man, fuck liver lips, man. I ain't thinking about that cat, man. I don't.
He said that to all the podcasters, all the fans, is like, are y'all paying? No. All right, because no, okay. But it will get done. It's just a game that they play, a dance that they do, if you will, a little courting, a little flirtation, before they consummate the deal.
All right. Well, let me shout everybody out right quick that I see in the chat. First person in, C Mackey 64, Mr. Mayhem busted up in here, Liberty's Outlook, Marlon Johnson. Let me see, AC Adam, PlayStation Man 1994, Chris Spade, Black Sheep. Let me see, make sure I got everybody. Pete Jones II. El Joe Nino busted up in here.
Nino.
King Jeremy the Wicked 91 busted up in here. Neo Red Pill 99. Leo Factor, Super Clark Khan, Paul Rodriguez, Steering Collins just busted up in this piece right now. Hey man, so we'll get to the Bear stuff a little bit later. I know I got a question earlier for somebody about Matthew Judon. I don't know what that's all about, but we'll talk about that a little bit later once we get into the Bears conversation. But let's get back to the regular order of the show, Trips, and let's be human for a minute, man, and see how you've been doing. How's life been treating you, bro? And what's been going on?
It's been cool, just been a little upset with the self. It's like you have things to get done, and it's like, oh shit, I didn't do as much as I needed to do, and it just piles up. And it's like, damn, and I'm behind my own self-made schedule. Of course, I could adjust it, but having that discipline to stay on schedule, but then you get mad when you get off schedule. Say, hey, let me adjust the schedule as long as things are getting done. So that's just the process. But family wise, human wise, looking forward to next week, the Christmas holiday week. For those that celebrate, spend some time with the fam. Which is always good, always refreshing, always fun, and just recharge the batteries and laugh and live and love. No expectations, just with the people that you love, that love you, and just chill for a few days and enjoy that. So got that coming up. So looking forward to it. What about yourself?
Well, yes. Before I get into me, speaking of the Christmas season coming up, we are probably going to have to throw an audible next week. And as long as Trips and kids are cool with it, we'll probably have to do a show after Superflex somewhere. We'll probably do 8:00 Tuesday night or something like that if they're good with it. That fits their time instead of Wednesday, because of course Wednesday is Christmas Eve, and most people are going to be moving around at that point or just around family, and they ain't got time to be doing this stuff right here. So that's probably what you can look forward to. You're probably going to get extra sauce on one day earlier than normal, and that's just holiday scheduling for your ass. So you're going to get with kids and make sure we can pull that off, and hopefully everything goes well. But one way or another, we'll get you extra sauce, before Christmas in there. And we'll see you guys again on Extra Sauce again on the 30th. That is right before New Year's, right? That's going to be, I think that's the 30th. So that's the way.
Last episode of 2025.
Yeah. Also, it looks like the Bears play the Packers on Saturday. So I'm not quite sure exactly what time. I didn't look that up before we got on the show. So expect that show to come out 30 minutes before the game, like we do every single game. We go out 30 minutes before, and we'll do the live in-game reaction for you all Saturday evening. I imagine it's probably about 6-7 o'clock at night Central.
Yeah, it's Saturday, so I don't know. It's not a playoff game, so it's not like 5, so it's probably like 6-7ish.
Okay, there goes
8:20 Eastern, so 7:20.
So there's Siren Collins with the great update for us, hooking us up. So it's going to be 7:20 our time. That means we'll probably go live somewhere around 7 o'clock. So just look for it. We probably go live at 7 o'clock. So it'll be 20 minutes before the game instead of 30. So yeah, that should be fun, man. I like evening games, man, because it gives me time to get things together. It's a little off schedule, but it's okay. You cool with that, Trips?
Yeah, it's as long as I ain't got nothing else to do, because it's out of the ordinary. And so it's like, well, typically the NFL plays on Sunday, so Saturday night I'm feeling kind of sporty. Went to the bar, caught me a 40, but now it's a game on Saturday night, and they say, oh shit, okay, all right, we cool, nothing was jumping off. I didn't want to go to that holiday party, no way. Stay at the crib, watch the Bears game.
Yeah, my girlfriend's off this weekend, so I mean, she's working this weekend. On my fact, she just came off of a off weekend. But anyway, talking about being human, we'll get that straight. We'll be here for the live reaction one way or the other. But talking about being human this week, so Trips, something fairly wild happened. Not for me, but for my girlfriend. And I talked to her about it. She's cool with me telling this story. So I told you all she's been working in social service. She's working with dementia, Alzheimer's patients, working with that field. And this is her second year doing it. And she's coming off of taking care of her mother for, we took care of her for about 7 to 8 years straight, and took her all the way through to the end with her dementia. And she was just perfectly suited for doing that kind of job. So she fell right into it like fish to water, right? So for the first time since she's been there, she had I would call for her a major incident, right? And so a resident put hands on her, and I don't know. I'll just tell you what she told me. She reacted to it a little unprofessionally. She didn't hit her back. She did a little cussing, and she got upset. She was triggered, and she came home upset about it because words were being exchanged with the people that she works with, the co-workers and all that. And somebody wrote an incident report and she didn't write one. And I got into her soul about that. But we'll get into that part of it. But that's her first major incident under the circumstances. Crisis intervention, those kinds of things. Trips, you've been in this business a little bit for some time, and that the way you're trained is different than most people moving around society. You're dealing with you're in service to people, so you have to be trained to react to things in a certain way. There's going to be some adversity at times, and her having me as her Linus blanket, I'm the perfect person that's been out there for a long time doing this stuff. I was pissed off that she didn't call me, she didn't turn around and walk away, but it's a teaching lesson for her. It's a teaching lesson for her. She came home frazzled, and I read her energy as soon as she walked through the door.
Well, it's a teaching moment, because after you've been in the quote unquote game for a minute, working in the industry, you realize that when clients are going through whatever they're going through mentally, physically, they're not always in the right state of mind to deal with the staff. And you never know what kind of people they were beforehand. They could have just be assholes who are now just old and sickly assholes.
Somebody said assholes,
and the asshole shall appear from Canada. What's going on, kids?
All kinds of fun jazz. Just getting things ready for the holiday season. You know what it is.
Right on. All right. So, Nomad's lady had a little incident at work.
Uh-oh.
And so in that space, in that niche, self-defense is very important for the staff, because no matter what your position, one of the residents, one of our clients.
Let me fill him in. So before you jumped in, my girlfriend came home and I read her. She had not good energy when she walked in the door. And when she came in, trust me, we had to pull out the whiskey, man. She had to process with her, because she had her first major incident, working there, been there for 2 years, but she had a physical incident. A resident put hands on her and she didn't react well. She didn't hit her back, but she didn't react well. She didn't react the professional way. And me and Trip is just going back and forth about what that life is like and how you train and how you're supposed to react to adverse circumstances. That's just where we was at before you got in here.
Okay.
And they say, like, the professional way is like, well, you alert other staff members, and then you approach her in a controlled fashion. It's like, yeah, shit don't happen like that in the real world. When shit goes down and you turn your back, and now a client is coming at you or putting hands on you, you have to immediately defend yourself. And that does not include running away down the hall, because now you're putting other residents in danger. So you
Well,
have to address the situation. And now that don't mean like you treat the client like as somebody on the street putting hands on you, or
uh,
you know what I'm saying, where your response is a little more
well, let
volatile.
me let me paint the picture a little bit clearer. So it's not like she was like attacked; she got slapped, and these
Well, that
residents.
is attacked.
Well, it's different than the way you was describing it. Like she had to defend herself. It wasn't that. She
Well,
they
did,
if
did,
she
did,
if
she,
she
did
was
somebody put their hands on her?
well, let me color it in a little bit, Trips, and then we'll go from there. These are very, very feeble people, very, very, depending on who the person is, there are different stages of the disease. Some are a little bit more mobile than the other, then others are, bedridden and can't really do anything for themselves. But this one is somewhere in the middle of there, and she's in a wheelchair. So my girlfriend happened to be leaning down doing
Yeah.
something for somebody, and she caught her across the face. So
Okay.
just so it wasn't like a full out, I gotta defend myself kind of thing.
Okay, well, that's a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? If they bedridden, it's like, hey, I dropped that pillow in your face. My bad. That's a different situation. But in a wheelchair, lashing out. But there's still, you have to defend yourself, because a slap can take out an eyeball. Is the person doing the slapping, do they have fingernails? Are they wearing a ring? Do they catch the staff member's eye in the wrong spot? Now the staff member is without an eye because of a simple slap.
Well,
So slaps can lead to serious injury.
I
So
didn't
you
mean
can't discount it, because it's still a physical assault. And
right,
so,
right.
being in a wheelchair, the mobile person, the staff member, can stand up and back away, obviously,
Well, I didn't
and
mean it.
get around to the side of the chair to restrain. But there's some situations where, if you have a client that is mobile, and let's say a older man and a female staff member, and he's slapping her, that slap it hits different, literally and figuratively. So you're gonna still not treat the old dude like some dude on the street, and take him down in a violent, painful manner to get him up off you. But you want a more controlled, contained takedown, like bear hugs and wraps, where you can put your body weight on theirs until other staff members can get you there to further restrain them safely. So there's levels to restraint and levels to self-defense, but there's always that level of, no matter how on the scale you think the attack is, as a staff member, always protect yourself physically. And then when that altercation takes place, write that shit down immediately.
Well,
You got to
let me
cover your ass in
Trip,
documentation.
you're giving good advice, man.
yeah,
I don't.
but I gotta finish the story because I'm only giving y'all half the
Okay.
details. I just didn't trigger Trip Kundo. It's not to that level. It's not to that level. Well, here's the moral to the story. I spend a lot of time with her. So when she comes home every day, because she's so new to it, I process with her. When she comes home, I make sure I stop what I'm doing. And when she sits down and she's done moving around and she's getting, trying to chill out for the rest of the night, we go through what happened. I always ask her every single time, what happened, and the big picture here is it's a teach lesson for her, because in a moment like that, when you're triggered, so we're as human as anybody else. We even though she's a professional at her job, we're human. We have natural human responses, but the trained professional has to react to a situation like that differently than your average person. And so when that happened, immediately it caused her to start cussing, and she raised her voice, and it drew other staff members around. Everybody was just going crazy, like, hey, what happened? It got crazy. And I asked her, what do you think went wrong? And she was kind of stuck. I said, where it went wrong is when she put hands on you. Immediately, what you're supposed to do is whirly bird around, walk away from that situation, go get the next available staff, and you tell that staff, hey, you're going to have to go down there and work with her. I can't do this shit tonight with her. She just put her hands on me and I'm mad. I'm going to end up doing something to it. You take your ass outside, start smoking a cigarette, and you call me.
She
Whatever
put
you're
down
going
and
to do,
said,
but you call me, but you got to de-escalate yourself. When you're triggered, you have to remove yourself from that hot spot. That was the first thing I told her. I said, that's where you went wrong. The second thing I told her, she left without documenting the incident herself. She allowed the nurse to write her narrative. I said, you never in this game ever walk away from that. I don't care if you have to stay the next 2 hours. You get in that computer, you open up that program and you write that goddamn incident report yourself the way you experienced it. And don't allow anybody to write your narrative, because by the time you get back to work, the whole fucking shit could get switched around on you. And so 2 lessons I had to, I didn't teach her, but it was just a good time to point some things out to her, and she received it well. That's just the life of this job, this life that we live in these kinds of environments. I worked this stuff for years. I only had one kid take a poke at me, and for some old ancient ass, his dad bought him some classic old Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And this kid thought I was going in to take his Yu-Gi-Oh cards because he was about to receive a consequence. They called me in there to go through the shit with him, and he thought that I was going after his Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and he took a poke at me, and then he jumped down on the ground. The Yu-Gi-Oh cards flew in the air, and he just went in the fetal position immediately, dude. If it wasn't staff in front of me, and this is early on in my career, if it wasn't staff there, I don't know if I might have hit him, because he almost hit me. And that's the first time, that's the only time a kid ever took a poke at me. And so immediately, that's why I told her, I use that as an example. Like, your human reaction the first time something like that happens to you is natural. And so what you do from that, you learn.
So did she smack her?
No, she didn't. I
gotta ask the obvious question, because like I don't.
No. She never put hands back, man, and that was the best thing.
You gave her the right directions, man. You did. Shout out to Keith, to the bishop out there in the chat. You directed her correctly. Trip, you're also giving good advice there too. This is like, for situations like this is why I don't have a job like that, because straight up and down, I'm smacking you. I'll get fired. That's okay. You know what I mean? I'm of the mind that, if you take a swing at me, especially if you're a child, like, that's a completely different situation. But if you're an adult, you know better. So you throw hands at me, I'm going to throw it right back at you, so that you could recognize very quickly you should not have done that. And after that, we can be cool. I'm not going in, you know what I mean? I'm not going in full,
begin.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not going in full, like, I'm gonna beat your ass and stomp a mud hole in your ass and walk it dry. I'll give it right back to you, so you recognize, wait a minute, you screwed up, and we are on that same level, and we can let the healing be in, like we can move forward. But
you also have to know how to write that appropriately in the documentation, kids. Because in this country, we get something
in
called
a professional situation. Exactly. So, like,
we get something called CYA, cover your.
You got to cover your ass, man. You're nailing it, brother. That's it. And this is why I don't have that kind of job. I'm not sure how I would react in that type of situation.
You're kind of patient, kids. I think you would fit well.
I'm super patient.
That's why you'd be a great fit. So don't underestimate yourself there.
I'm just saying, like, if I get crossed like that, let me really double down now. So if it was one time, I might go and get staff and be like, hey, like, this lady, this man, he hit me. He got physical with me. Let's have a conversation, so everybody else here knows that this happened this time. If this happens again, I don't know what might happen the second time around. I don't know.
Right. Because there are situations where I had a job once where I was a case manager, community advocate for a clientele that was mostly NGRI, not guilty by reason of insanity, and they
Insanity.
were being released back into the community after their stint in the state mental hospitals, the nut house, as they used to call them, the loony bins, if you will. And so several of my caseload, had bodies on their record. And, for different situations, one, he was protecting a nurse in a facility when another patient was attacking her. And, a tussle ensued, and the other dude, hit his head and died. So there was a body on him for that, but it wasn't with malice. Whereas I had another dude, that took a razor blade to a chick. You know what I'm saying? So that was a little bit different, but they were all on my caseload. And within that community, these are still people, adults, no matter their mental diagnoses. But you do have to let them know that it's like, look, dude, I may be a social worker, but I ain't no punk.
See,
we'll
that's a bit different though. Like,
there's that level to every part of it. You exactly have to establish yourself, but and this is a different kind of population.
Yeah.
And let me pull up something Bear Truth 9 said, because I appreciate what he said to me. He says, hey man, Nomad. He said, I hope you gave her a good amount of time to vent and relax before you start giving her advice. You know what? That's good advice, Bear Truth 9, because I'm not sure if I did, because she came in on 10, and when she sat down, I was just like, hey, bring it down, you know what I mean? And I should have just let her go ahead and air that shit out and get it out of her system. So you're probably right, Bear Truth. Now I could have done that differently. Yeah. So thanks for that. I appreciate that.
Trip, your example there, like if it's, and that's where I would be awesome. You know what I mean? If it's an altercation externally that I'm not directly involved in, I'll de-escalate that situation relatively easily, right? That's just the type of person that I am. But Lord of mercy, you hit me and it's personal. I don't know, man. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how I'm gonna like, strike one. You know what I'm saying? Like strike one. All right, I'll let you slide. If we get to 3, boy.
So as soon as you call him a bumblebee blood clot, it's on.
Oh no, that would happen after 1, right? Like if you catch me once, okay, like you're getting cussed, but maybe I don't put hands on you.
You know what, kids? It's funny about me and my career. Like all the kids immediately they're intimidated by the kids that I work with, and even the teenagers. Some of the adults have been intimidated by me. Something about my voice is intimidating to them, And I didn't realize that until a little bit later on. Just like I would raise my voice and it would make kids like flinch and shit. Like they're like, God damn, this fucking scared the shit out of me. But most kids were intimidated by me. Most adults were intimidated by me, not because I'm this super huge ass human being. I'm a nice size guy, but it's not imposing to my eyes, but to somebody else's eyes, maybe so. But I never had the problem of people being physically violent towards me. People learned to respect me, they love me, and they were intimidated by me, some of them. And that used to diffuse all kinds of that kind of problem that your average staff member or wherever he's working at might have. The girl I have is a small woman. She's a small woman. And she, this is a lesson for her. This is a lesson for her, and she's going to be better. That's what I told her. You're going to be a much better staff member because of it. Because of that adversity, you should grow from it. And I know she will.
Man, I'm laughing at Bishop's comment here. It says the younger bishop will drop you on your neck. The seasoned bishop will give you a look and remove myself before the younger bishop reappears.
That's pretty much how you're supposed to be, Bishop. That's how it's supposed to be.
Oh man, I couldn't agree more, because that's truly how I would handle the situation too. But like I say, this is why, for reasons like this, I couldn't really. I don't know if I couldn't. I prefer not to have gotten myself into those particular arenas. Like I come from a long line of teachers, man. My grandparents were teachers in Jamaica. My mom studied as a teacher, just didn't quite do it. My sisters both are teachers. It's pretty crazy. But end of the day, I don't know. I'm not a. I especially like PSA. I couldn't do that, man. I couldn't.
You be like in the social service field is specially made for people built like me. You know, I'm a giver. I'm a nurturer as a man. I love to take care of people.
But now, Nomad, don't paint this picture of pretty roses and all that shit, because depending on your area of expertise, like if you have a clientele of, let's say, children who are abused by people in their home and you have to do home visits, you know, it's what you need to do just to stop from going off on them parents that are abusing these kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't never tell you I didn't slam a couple of motherfuckers. Now that happened.
Yeah. Okay.
Motherfuckers, now don't get me wrong.
Okay. All right.
They had to learn the hard way.
I slammed some motherfuckers dead on their ear, man. Multiple times, man. You know, it's just, and sometimes it was parents. Shit, somebody's stepdad or dad. Shit, some of the kids I've had to demonstrate, bro. I've had to demonstrate, but it's just one of them things. Like, you're not going. When I tell you don't violate my personal space, I mean it. You get in arm's length talking shit, you're gonna end up folded up. That's just how it is. And you're not gonna
story along these lines that I'm just not gonna tell on this show. Save everybody a little bit of embarrassment. Not gonna tell it. Long story short, I had a group of angry parents come visit me after, and we had a very good conversation. That's the answer to that. Shout out to Styles of Page. He's coming home. He's on a plane. You know what I'm talking about.
I think shout out to Styles, man. Merry Christmas to you, boy. I think it's I had to share it. I asked her if I could share it, and she was like, it'd be cool, man, because there's probably multiple people listening to the show right now that either are in that service field or have loved ones in that service field, and there's lessons to be learned every single day you're in that field, and that's one of the good ones, you know, removing yourself from a hot spot. And that's what I ended up training people in crisis intervention, cultural and ethnicity training, all kinds of different trainings. But that was one of the key ones I did over the years, was teaching people crisis intervention, the right things to do when these kind of events take place, man. It's not always by the book, but there's certain things that you're going to have to do as a professional to maintain your status, man, to maintain because you do the wrong thing, you can't work in that field for 7 to 9 years.
Yeah, this is, like I said, this is why I always sort of was in volunteer capacity for stuff like that, or just, you know, volunteered without being in volunteer capacity. That's this way I don't have that professional, you know, I don't have that professional requirement to answer to somebody when you know what hits to you know what. I can jump my whip and dip and see if you have a problem with it. We can talk about it next week or whatever. But yeah, man, no, I've had to.
You can intern at a place like that. You don't have the same civic responsibility. You can be a volunteer. You don't have the same civic responsibility. But as a professional, there's all kinds of civic responsibilities, professional responsibilities, HIPAA laws, all kinds of, you know, first reporting law, all kinds of stuff that comes through that, and you get trained to be able to address all of those things. But it's a difficult field, man. But you got to be a certain kind of person to maintain in that environment, those environments, man. And I think she's special in that way.
Well, shout out to the missus, man. Hope
yeah. It's a learning process.
Yeah, man. All right, man. Any other last things on that? Any other thoughts on that trip, Saked, before we move into some food and drink?
Yeah, you to go into social work, you gotta really love the social work, because you ain't gonna make no money.
Well, I don't know about that, man. Depends on what you do. Depends on what. It's not lucrative. You're right. it's not lucrative. He's right about that. Let me read Bad Truth Nine's statement. He says, "Yeah, teaching and jobs like that take special kindness and want to help people. It does, man. You got to be a certain kind of individual. You have to be very giving of yourself, man. And in my professional career, I've taken it home with me far too many times to count because I was always with the intention of giving them everything that I had, you know."
And that's part of what some of the youngsters have to learn coming up in that business, because whether it be children or mentally challenged, who all have those members of every group that know how to work the system, and that's why they're there, is to work the system. And the system in this case is the social work system of whatever area facet it may be. If there's something that's a free service, they know about it. If there's something that you're supposed to do that they want, they know about it, and they take advantage of that shit.
So that's funny. So like I was just about to say, because of how, because of the background that my sisters and my grandparents and my moms have had, I'm like, yeah, all these people basically poor. You know what I mean? Being in that field, nobody's like making money. But there was one, my good friend's mom. She was a social worker as well. Like, again, not a teacher or anything to that effect, but they're a specific social worker. And she was exactly what you just described, Trip. She just had the wherewithal to know what programs were going on and when, and she would be able to do like move mountains to get things to happen. So stuff like so when we were young, she was able to more or less commandeer a library site that they were going to shut down. It was already a special site. There's no rent. It's been there for years. They're going to shut this area, this building down. She got the building for me and basically my crew of friends to build a music studio in this place. Got it all sponsored just by finding different available programs.
The same thing, kids. I know what you're talking about. I know someone that did the same exact thing.
Yeah, man. She was super slick with it, and just had the wherewithal to know what these programs were and move mountains, man, move things around so that kids got opportunities, and she still does it to this day, which is really super cool. So shout out Martella Moore, man.
I love that. I love that, man. And last thing I will say to anybody that works in this field or even has curiosities about if they can or want to, let me just tell you this, and remember this, keep this in your wallet or your purse, whoever's listening. Self-care is the most important thing that you can do while employed or doing jobs like that, because it's so easy to get lost in doing for everybody else. You forget to take care of yourself. And that's the most important thing. One thing I love about the field is they make sure that they give you plenty of PTO. You accrue a lot of PTO so that you can take time away from the job and get yourself recharged. You know what I mean? Put the battery back in your back and charge up. And that's the most important thing that I can give, a message I can give to anybody curious about wanting to go out and be of service to people. Make sure you take care of yourself, because if you ain't right, you ain't gonna be much help to nobody. So,
especially if you got like a caseload full of borderline personality disorder people. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because you always want that far from choking their ass.
Yeah, they'll have you. They'll bring you right there to the line, and that's when you know. That's when you know I need to take some time away and do something else. And I remember that trip to Jamaica that I took was on the heels of that self-care I was just preaching to y'all, man, and it was the best thing that ever happened to me. That thing it opened up the mythical being inside me, basically, is what it did, man. And that's the magic of what Jamaica has to offer for somebody who needs that rest and relaxation. Just some time and space and a place to rejuvenate, man. That's the most dynamic place I've ever been to, as far as I'm concerned. But all right, we're gonna get up on it. Let me see. Liberty's Outlook says my dad has dementia he was in a great facility, blessed that all went relatively smooth. That's great to hear, man, because it ain't all good
No,
everywhere.
man.
It is not.
My nephew's in a facility right now after his accident. He's got some, he's got some mental issues because, he was in an accident with a bus. Long story short, he's been a little bit of a jerk with the nurses. So, the flip side of it is they kind of have to deal with him as it comes, and I can't blame them. They got to survive and take care of themselves, as well as a building full of additional people under the same or similar pretenses. It's a rough gig, man. It is a rough gig, and
because now just real quick, kids, as a family member, like your nephew, let's say he got out of pocket with one of the staff members and they did something and like kicked him and like busted his knee up or something. As a family member, you'll be upset because your family member has been abused, but as a human being, it's like, yeah, he did go after him.
Yeah. Right. You know what I mean? I have to sort of look at it. I have to take when I hear these stories from his mom, I got to take a step back and be like, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? Like either to my sister, either you got to be in there doing that 24/7, or you kind of have to expect that stuff like this is eventually going to happen once in a while, A, due to him, and B, due to reaction of what he's done. It's just what it is. So,
human reaction. Everybody wants to be professional, but you're still human before anything.
You kick me in my shin, kick me. I might not be quite as professional as I was 5 minutes ago.
But in certain populations like that, which I've been in, the key to that population in particular is the staff that you need long-term people there. So the people, it's a high turnover environment, man. And
relationships are key, man. I know what you're saying. Relationships are key in that environment. You got to build that up with your clientele, with the people you're protecting and people you're serving. And yes, a lot of attrition because of exactly what we're talking. This dude's punching me in the face every time I come in here. I've had enough of this. I'm good. I'm going back to work at the Walmart, you know what I mean, or wherever it is. I'm leaving. I'm going back to selling cars. Just how the world works. A lot of attrition, a lot of turnover.
Speaking of attrition, Liberty's Outlook, he said harming staff is one thing, but if another resident is harmed, that's more serious.
That's a whole other thing.
Because now you getting sent out to some facility for violent people.
Yeah. But back to kids, what you were talking about last thing before we get into this food. Why I say, when I worked in that field with those individual patients, I told people coming through the door, man, if you don't have plans on sticking this out for a little while, man, just go home, find something else to do, because we need people who are going to be around here. Because the better your relationships are with these, people with special disabilities, the longer you're there, the more you understand what the persnickety are with their personalities now, and the better you are able to serve them. And so when you just walk in the door and you only been there for a week or two, you trying to figure that motherfucker out, and the motherfucker trying to figure you out. You know what I mean? And all that's going on at the same time, and it's frustrating if you're not one of those people who's bought in for the long term. So that would be my other advice to people: if you're gonna buy in, buy in. If not, just keep going on, find something else to do, man. Don't be fucking around wasting people's time because you got a need to get a check coming in. There's other things that you can be doing, man. So don't mess around with these people if you don't have the intention on being there. So that's what I would say to anybody, man. But I'm sure we'll talk about that again.
No, it's a good conversation. Shout out to the chat for being involved in this one. I'm just drinking in a lot of the comments there. Minister Charles, Bear Truth 9, Liberty's Outlook. Shout out to all you guys, man. But
appreciate it.
Rock and roll, man. Let's proceed.
Appreciate all that feedback, man. Keep it coming. All right, here we go. Let me do a little shifting. All right. Creamy sausage. I was told this is gnocchi, not nochi.
I'd call it gnocchi too, but I'm not as
Anybody want to read the ingredients? Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Creamy sausage gnocchi. Ground pork sausage, tomato paste, minced garlic, basil, gnocchi, heavy cream, crushed tomatoes, white wine, spinach, Parmesan cheese, and salt and pepper.
So I got one question before everybody takes off.
What is gnocchi?
That
Yeah,
was my
I
question.
have no idea what that is.
I think that's a 3 for 3 right there.
Okay, all right. So nobody knows what gnocchi is. Right on. Let's.
I know somebody who would, but he ain't in the chat right now.
Who?
Isn't that
Crimson
Italian?
would definitely know. Crimson would definitely know what this is.
Okay.
Okay,
I would say
gnocchi.
Cliff Victoria might also know. Shout out to Big Cliffy.
Gnocchi, pronounced gnocchi, is a varied family of Italian pasta, like dumplings made of small rolls of dough. While
Okay.
technically considered a type of pasta, what makes them distinct is the use of potatoes as the main ingredient, giving them a soft, pillowy texture.
So I guess we probably should have figured that out, considering this is like a pasta dish and there isn't any other
So,
type
but
of pasta
it's
in here.
different, Ed. It's different. There's a bread and tomato mixture of a dumpling there.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely not your typical pasta. This is a little bit different. You're right. This is closer to like a potato latke. But
Yeah.
Anything
Thank you very much.
in it that turns you off?
nope. Like I'm trying to really think of like an Italian dish that I wasn't all about. Can't eat all that stuff now, but I'm with it for sure.
There's really nothing in this dish that I wouldn't be all over.
Even this, like I love spinach, Parmesan, white wine for sure. I'm like I said, I'm not a big wine person, but wine in specific foods can be delicious. Heavy cream, again, the pasta itself, basil, minced garlic, tomato paste, ground pork, sausage. Yeah, sign me up, man. Sign me up. I'm in.
So I'm a fan of I just love the way sausage is made, man. There's just so many different varieties of it. The flavoring in the way you make, so in the ingredients, I didn't put it there because I didn't have the room. They are asking that you get Italian sausage in this dish. So not just any ground sausage. In order to make this, you need Italian sausage. And I like the taste of Italian sausage.
Italian sausage is kind of a specific thing, and I can see why they would want you to put Italian sausage in this. I'm with it.
Yeah, it has that specific flavor profile of the sausages. And it's like, oh yeah, that's that Italian sausage right there.
Oh yeah, with a pasta.
And then with that potato, pasta thing going there. Yeah, the gnocchi.
Yeah.
And Italian sausage rubs a lot of people I know the wrong way. And I figured out after years, I figured out what it is.
What is it?
It's the fennel in it.
The
fennel seed in it.
Yeah, I guess, but a large majority of Italian sausage that I grew up eating was inside of pizza puffs. So it was just what it was.
Know nothing about that. That's a Chicago classic.
What are you talking about? A calzone?
No.
Well, it's like a calzone, except a little bit smaller and a lot more tastier.
And it's deep fried.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
So I mean, it's a handheld, and the Italian sausage and the green pepper and onion and the cheese is all on the inside, and it's a little puff. There's a recipe on Sports Chicago Style. Please make sure that you are subscribed, from Chef Trips, and he made the innards with the regular innards that go in pizza puffs, the Romano cheese, the Italian sausage, the green pepper and onion and all that. But instead of deep frying the outer puff pastry, you use a whole wheat tortilla wrap.
Beautiful. Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Then you fold it over, and then you put that in the oven and let it crisp up, or put it in a skillet and let it crisp up, and now you got homemade pizza puffs.
Okay, you guys want to hear a really quick before we move on to the next dish? Quick Italian sausage story. When I was doing the catering and I was making money, outside the club. I would do the catering and I would also work outside the club. And one of my top sellers was easily the Italian sausage sandwich. And that's what they call, that's just what I called it, but it was basically made like a dog. But what I would do is I would grill them and I'd season up a bunch of butter and onions and bell peppers, colorful bell peppers, you know, the green, the yellow, the red, all those. And all of that would be in a butter bath with the onions. And I would throw them back on the grill right before serving. So put them right back on that hot grill, fire them up and bun them up and put that there with just mustard. And I guarantee you, I probably made in a day, probably $500, $600 in a day just off of those. Just off of those. One of my top sellers. So Italian sausage like that, you can't stop those, man. You just got to try those off the grill. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. But one thing that irritate me about people that cook Italian sausage or brats on the grill is moving them around with forks and poking the juice out of them. That just irritates the dog shit out of me.
You can't pierce the skin, kids.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you.
And why is that?
Well, that's where all the juice and the flavor is inside. Yeah. And when you're boiling the meat in its own casings.
Yeah, and it also dries the meat out.
You poke a hole into the skin, the casing. Now the juices are coming out of the sausage.
Man.
Yeah. It dries it out, you know, removes the flavor. It's just all around bad look. Because when you bite into that sausage, you want that snap.
I told last time I was at one of my dude's house. He was over. I was standing with him over the grill while he was moving shit around, you know, just nosing around in his grill. And he did that. I said, dog, you do that shit one more time, I ain't coming back to your fucking house. He was like, what? I said, do that shit one more time. He said, man, what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, man, get a goddamn pair of tongs. You poking all the juice out the damn brats. Good brats too, man. I was just like, he's like, man, ain't nobody tripping about none of that. I was like, dog, you can't do that. That's like a party foul, bro. You can't do that. And he was just like, he said something to me like 3 days later. He was like, man, you know what? I didn't even think about that. You right. I said, I should be moving them around with tongs. Yeah, bro. Yeah. What up, Levante? I ain't seen you in a while. What's up, boy? Good to see you up in here. But yeah, that's one of them. Yeah, that's one of my pet peeves. Don't poke the brats or the sausages, man. Get some tongs. All right, this right here literally makes my mouth water. I'm all over this. Give me 1 second so I can pull it up. Oh my Lord.
Oh, I gotta go poopy already.
Oh Lord.
Mexican beef and bean bake.
Everything in this is more like a casserole or dip or the innards of a burrito. This I'm like, there's nothing about this dish. Like if I make this pan right here, I have to make a second one for my girl, man, because she ain't getting none of it. I'm eating all that. What y'all think about this? Somebody want to read the ingredients? Go right ahead.
I think my like this has my wife written all over it. I know what it is. She's not Mexican or Latin in any way. But she loves herself some Tex-Mex, and if you can slap some sour cream on it, she's in. So this is like sour cream friendly stuff. This right here, kidney beans, onions, bell peppers, ground beef, garlic, jalapeno, or jalapeno if you mispronounce it. Tomato paste and Colby cheese, man. This here is a bowl full of beauty. One more time, sign me up for this. I'm definitely in. You can put this or eat this with some nacho chips, some Doritos, some tortillas, wrap it up in a burrito. You can do all kinds of madness with this. This is just a base.
See the tortilla kind of sticking out of there, right?
Say what?
See the kind of tortilla roll kind of sticking out of there. Right?
I wasn't sure if it was a tortilla roll or maybe a nacho chip, whatever it is. Eat it, enjoy it. eat it like a dip. You know, you know what I'm
And
saying?
then
Like,
give you a piece of white bread if you get to, and scoop some of this up on there.
damn
I
it,
like
don't let that stop you. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't got none of that stuff, grab that white bread.
Hey, you know what? I like the Kobe cheese flexing here, man. That's one of the underrated cheeses. I like Kobe Jack in particular.
I'm not a Kobe guy, man. I'm cheddar. I would rock an old cheddar on this.
Got to
And
be careful with the cheddars now. You get sharp cheddar and you go to trying to melting over this shit, it's gonna foul up your whole dish, bro.
I see what you. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I love me a sharp cheddar though. Not
Well, what
necessarily.
Nomad is
Not
referring to,
necessarily on this.
No Maniacs, is the sharp cheddar. Is especially if you don't shred it like immediately before using it yourself.
Yeah.
There's more of a water content in it, and your dip is more oily and watery than creamy and dippy. So that's some of the stuff you got to watch out for with the cheeses and how you they melt, because not all cheeses melt the same.
No,
So true.
absolutely
So
not.
true.
It's a great point, man. You got to be, especially with sharp cheddar cheeses. I don't know what it is with that.
It's
But
got a bit of a different kick to it, and I know what you're saying with the kick as well.
you don't want to mess with that with chili or anything like a chili. This is kind of like a chili dish in a way. I messed up a whole pot of chili trying to melt some sharp cheddar in it.
Mm.
Had to throw a whole pot of chili in the garbage.
Oh
Well, I
man.
don't know about garbage, but
No, it's
Yeah, really. That's terrible. But I try to. I don't put cheese in my chili. I put cheese on top of my chili. So that's how I roll. So yes, Tim Basemore. Good to have you. Good to see you.
What up? What up?
all right. So yeah, this right here. I can do this. I'm gonna do this soon. As a matter of fact, this is basically everything I like about a burrito. I
Yeah.
don't really care for rice in my burrito.
Oh no.
No, I'm already doing a little bit of cheating with the tortilla and the beans. That's a little non-keto friendly. I don't need the rice in there too.
So you're so right, man. And I forgot because I was like, oh, beans are keto friendly. I forgot, man. Beans are like
No,
being devoid of beans and fiber, and this is the problem with. So just for everybody's information, if you're doing keto type stuff, um, the diet for the most part is devoid of fiber, and that's not good for your belly. So be careful. That situation put me in the hospital for a week, and that's how I got off of keto. So I'm kind of back on keto, but I am sliding in some kidney beans here and there. So just so everybody's healthy, man. If you got to get yourself some fiber in your diet, make sure if you're doing keto, you get some fiber
What's the
from
term?
somewhere.
Do you aerate your beans?
Uh,
there's no keto way to do it. You just have to not eat them.
yeah.
There's no keto way to do it.
No,
Some of them have a little bit less fiber than others.
here's how you do it. Like the only way that works for like the only way that I can suggest to work it in is you keto 5 days out of the week. You have a cheat day on the weekend, whichever day you choose. Add some fiber into your cheat day.
No, that's
Right.
not. I meant aerate like
When you're cooking the
soak
cooking the
beans
beans.
in water so you don't have the farts.
I don't, because that takes forever.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
just
and
go
it's
with
just facts, right?
and
Just facts.
we already know that the missus loves it. So.
Can't say
Yeah.
you gonna skip that whole step. Fuck it, I'm a fart.
like I say, man, I'll just come down here, man, in my own little domain and bless my domain. You know, but yeah, man, gotta be done. You gotta get that in you. And that being said, you know, Levante's up on the rice. Because I'm from the Caribbean, we eat everything with rice. I'm all about that situation with rice. So if you're not a keto guy, add that rice in there and love it. If you have to do keto or you're doing keto, this is a pretty keto friendly little situation here, man. So so chow down.
It's very keto friendly.
Yeah, man.
You take the beans out of that, it's still doable, still enjoyable.
Yeah.
Everything in there is keto friendly if you take the beans out. So yeah, man, it's dog. You know, I want to ask you guys a question before we get off of this. Are you I'm probably asking you specifically, kids, because you're in Canada. I know y'all have different traditions there. Are you one of them people that have to eat like not pinto beans, but what's black eyed peas for New Year's? As
No,
like
I
it's
never
like
heard of that before.
here it's like a
Is that like a thing?
what do they call that? It's like a
Uh, uh,
give you good luck or something.
not a wives' tale, but just old a slave
Tradition, I
tradition.
guess. Okay. I
You
never
know,
heard that
just
one
old
before.
traditional thing.
That's some old African.
Yeah, African. Yeah, it's supposed good luck for the new year.
Yeah, I never heard that one before. That's news to me.
Ancient tradition, brother.
Okay.
Ancient as time itself. That's been going. I never understood it. I just know that in my family, typically on New Year's, some black eyed peas would show up, and I never thought none of it. It didn't. It wasn't until I was older, and I heard that. So I'm like, really? And I asked my mom, I asked my grandma about it, and it's like, yeah, man. It's like, yeah, you didn't know that? I'm just like, no, I just ate the shit because it's good.
Yeah, I never heard this one before. This is news to me.
Sounds like a new tradition you might want to start, brother.
Let's see. Black eyed peas symbolize luck, resilience, and prosperity, especially in southern United States culture, where eating them on New Year's Day is a tradition linked to their history as a food for livestock and the poor that helped people survive hardship, particularly during the Civil War. They represent coins or wealth when paired with greens, money, and cornbread, gold, signifying a hopeful, abundant future.
Damn.
Kids, there's two beans that I love the most. One being a northern or a navy white bean, love them. The second one, I don't know if they're right there, neck and neck. I can eat the shit out of what are they again?
Look,
Black
kidney
eyed
beans?
black eyed peas. It's still a bean, but
Black
they
eyed
call
beans?
it
Okay.
black eyed peas, man.
I'm yet to meet a bean that I'm not a fan of.
You never had black eyed peas? Tell me
I've
you've
had,
never had black eyed
no,
peas.
Let's
I've had
get
black
it
eyed peas.
started.
I've had black beans. I've had chickpeas.
Different.
Um I've had kidney beans. Clearly, that's
I
what we call
told
Great
Google peas.
northern beans.
And it's about that time I get my ass to Mars. What it do,
Quattro,
Quato?
what's up?
Quado.
Yeah, man. This is all right, man. I could just look at this shit and just drool because I just love everything in this dish, man. Dog.
Damn, Grant.
And I especially love dishes that you can do in one skillet. So you brown your ground beef there in the skillet, then you throw those onions and bell peppers in there, then you throw all that other stuff in there, and then you throw the whole skillet in the oven.
You know what?
Bake it like that.
This is G Man. He says I make my own homemade Italian sausage. I use he's probably saying ground fennel in mine instead of the fennel seeds. That would probably land a whole lot better with people that I know that don't like Italian sausage. If they just ate it and didn't have that seed to crunch in their mouth or to taste in their mouth.
Don't you make ground fennel from grinding fennel seeds?
Yeah. But most people that make Italian sausages, they're just going to use the seed.
No, they're not grinding it. Okay.
Oh, not grinding it up. So that's a smart move, G man. I love
get you a mortar and a pedestal and beat that shit down a little bit.
All right. Y'all ready to talk about some drinky drink?
Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what we got here. Kid's gonna love this.
Funky Cold Medina.
The rum punch. This has got my mama written all over it, man. Yeah, this is exactly what she'd be whipping up.
Mama Cass about to drop it like it's hot.
Oh, that's it. So light rum, pineapple juice, orange juice, dark rum, lime juice, the grenadine, and some ice. Yeah, this is exactly what she would be putting down on on a Saturday night at the Domino party, man. This is it. And that light rum would be Ray and Nephews, and 3 of these, and your night is over.
Over.
Oh yeah. Plus the dark rum, you're mixing.
I would drink that because I like rum. I like pineapple juice. I like orange juice. It does look a little sweet with that grenadine down there at the bottom too.
Yeah, it does. It's a lot sweeter than you would expect it to be, with the grenadine, and even the cherry kind of kicks it in a little.
Because you have the sweetness of the pineapple and the orange juice, you don't have to put a large dollop of grenadine in it. You can just
but look at how it's designed, and with the straw, the grenadine is kind of a precursor to the drink.
That's why you give it a spin, Trips. That's why
you better give it a spin, because if you drink that top piece down and you get to the grenadine, for some reason, I don't know, I don't know what it is. It might be the ice, it might be the liquor, but that grenadine it'll just sit at the bottom. You know what I mean? It'll literally just sit at the bottom.
It's heavy. It's
heavy. There's all the syrup in it.
It's kind of syrup, and it goes right to the bottom because it's the heaviest part of the drink.
So
that's why you have to give it a spin.
Swaggy, I would totally leave the grenadine out. If it was me, I'm not about it. I would leave it out. My mama loved it in there, and she was all about that little sweet kick at the end because, like I'm telling you, the light rum we would be using is it's overproof Jamaican rum, and it's just a punch in the face. So she kind of, once she gets through that, she needs that little sweet kick at the back end to make it worth her while.
I'll tell y'all on a side note, a delicious freaking New Year's drink for your ass: crushed ice, pineapple orange juice, and champagne. It's almost like I think it's kind of like a mimosa, I guess.
Like a mimosa.
Yeah, that's kind of like a Hawaiian champipple.
Okay. Yeah. In the Caribbean we call it a shandy, but yeah, okay.
Great. I mean, I'm doing that this year with my lady, man. We're gonna get some orange and pineapple, and we're gonna get some champagne and mix it all up with some crushed ice. I'm gonna shake mine. And you probably shouldn't because you got the champagne, but I'm gonna do it.
I saw a short or video or something about the younger generation sampling Mad Dog 2020 for the first time.
What?
And and it was like, oh yeah, I remember Mad Dog 2020, of course, because we mentioned Wild Irish Rose Richards, but also shout out to Boone's Farm. But this rum punch we're looking at right here is definitely a Boone's Farm Mad Dog kind of flavor.
I've had it before. It's good. It's really good. I had that shit in Jamaica at somebody's bed and breakfast.
Yeah, it's tasty because all the juices in there and the rums are very subtle. So it tastes like you're drinking a fruit juice, sweet fruit juice.
Was the rum subtle in Jamaica?
Not at all.
Well, I mean, it's there, but it's like, ooh, you're drinking a drink.
But this is what I'm saying.
It's kind of like the Long Island iced tea subtle.
That Ray and Nephews, that rum, man, it is the furthest thing from subtle. It is a straight up punch in the face. It's like you're drinking. The only thing I can really compare it to is rubbing alcohol. It's the closest. It's as close to rubbing alcohol as you're going to get with just straight up booze. But the dark rum kind of takes a bit of the edge off of it. Like, imagine what I'm saying here, and then the rest of it just sort of sweetens up the drink. But it's a nice. This is, like I say, this is basically my mom's favorite drink back in the day. She's a big.
You know what, man, Trips? I lied to you. Remember that day I kind of got at you about the coffee and liquor. I did taste it before, and it dawned on me several days after we had that show. I remember being in Jamaica. We got a hold to a bag of Bob Marley coffee, and it's a big coffee brand in Jamaica.
Yeah, the Blue Mountain Coffee. I'm sure that's probably true.
Yeah, and we got a hold of some of that, and they made some coffee, and somebody put some dark rum in it, just a little bit. And I gotta say, man, because of the strength of that coffee, it's a very strong coffee. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. It's very fresh, very, very fresh.
Put a little hair on your chest.
Man, it was kind of decent, man. Early in the morning, you just like Damn, man.
It just puts you in the mood to deal with the day.
It was just like, man, I wasn't expecting to get a buzz this early, but okay.
The Appleton Estate,
Love me
Levante
some Appleton
is the like that would be the dark that I would use. It's nowhere near as it's nowhere near as egregious and powerful as that raise, man. The raise is it's crazy, man. It's just the craziest booze I've ever, and that's all I growing up in the house. Because my family's actually related to the Ray family, so we get it for free. They import it down here to us on call, at least to my uncle, and he would distribute it to the rest of the family. So I've always had Ray and nephews at the house my whole life, and me and my cousin, we used to because my mom don't she's not a big drinker. If she goes to a party, you know what I mean, she'll be drinking one of these, but at the house she doesn't really drink, so we'd be sneaking them bottles, pouring that up into a 7-Up bottle and then pouring water back in this thing until finally she's like, why does my Ray nephews taste like nothing? You know what I mean? It tastes like water. What are you guys up to? Meanwhile, we're face down at a party somewhere, you know what I'm saying? But this stuff is you could thin paint with this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's powerful. That Jamaican rum ain't no punk, boy. I got a hold of some of that shit right as I was getting in Jamaica, getting off the plane, getting in my shuttle, heading up the road, and you stopping everywhere, and everybody's like, "Hey, check some of this out."
There's the two things they're going to hit you with within 15 minutes of getting to the island. Jamaican rum, a bag of weed. They'll find you. That's what they're going to offer you, and you take it or don't. Do what thou wilt. But when in Rome.
All right, what is Minister talking about? Well, when in Rome, try a 4 ounce of Moet, 2 ounces of orange juice, and 2 ounces of Martell. It's called an Orange Motel.
Man, that man sound like my mama. That used to be something my mama. She liked that Martell. Her and her man used to. I think
that was a top shelf Martell.
It's not so much no more, but yeah, that's a cognac.
Okay.
Yeah, well, back then in the hood, that was top shelf.
Oh, that would kick your ass.
So I got pictures of my mom, on New Year's, her and her man with that Martell, man. She ain't no drinker at all. She will do that shit once or twice a year, and that's it. But it always had to be that Martell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But being that this is the holidays, what y'all know about that Martini and Rossi Asti Spumante, though?
Asti Spumante.
What you know about that cold duck, fool?
Ooh. That cold duck. That is that what's my man's name? That Shaft shit right there.
That cold duck.
Back in the 70s, you get you a nickel bag of funk. Shit that came in those big ass manila envelopes, all the seeds in there and shit. I was a shorty, but I saw my dad do it.
Too funny.
I know somebody probably sold it to him, but we'll get into that later on.
But now looking at this drink though, and it's the holiday season, I'm seeing this rum, and my mind just goes a little bit north to the island of Puerto Rico.
Oh,
and the coquitos, because it's that time of year, and basically that's like eggnog, but it's not eggnog, but it's got light rum, dark rum, medium rum, and eggnog. Basically, but yes.
Well, I got something for you because you're the resident whiskey guy. This next drink is kind of. I was thinking about you when I did this one. I'm gonna see what you think. So,
well, that Kids is a whiskey guy.
You kind of.
What do we got here now?
Whiskeys.
Okay, I'm in. All right, I'm in. So, again, I will always preface this by saying I will drink whiskey straight on the rocks, preferred on the rocks. But this ain't so bad. So in ingredients: mint leaf, lemon juice, whiskey, maple syrup for the Canadian, soda water, crushed ice. Yeah, I would do this for sure. No questions.
Only problem I have with this, and only reason I have a problem.
The mint leaf?
No. Okay. Absolutely not. It's the maple syrup. I don't know how that's gonna come off on me because I've never experienced anything with maple syrup.
You never had maple whiskey before?
I tried the Crown. I didn't like it.
So,
it cuts with the lemon juice though too.
it's okay. So the way Crown does it is it's a bit overbearing sweet, really. I'll be honest. I don't like it either. But in this situation, this little scenario, what you're getting is sort of like a sour, like it's a sour lemon drink, and it just needs a little bit of sweetness. I don't think they're putting a
maple in there.
That's what I'm saying. So the maple's just going to add just a little bit of sweetness to the flavor. So you're getting freshness from the mint, sour from the lemon juice, the kick of the whiskey, and just a little bit of sweet to tie it all together. You don't pour a lot of maple syrup in here to put it through.
Yeah,
see, now Levante's really talking. What type of whiskey though?
Whatever you got left over, Levante.
If you say what you got a corner of.
If it was me, I ain't putting my Glenfiddich in there and nothing like that. You know what I mean? I'm saying CC, Canadian Crown, or
I don't think you put a 12-year-old Scotch in there.
No, don't do that. Put like Canadian Club in there. I would say Crown Royal straight up. Crown Royal would be a great whiskey for this drink. Jameson would be good for this drink, although I'll drink Jamie on the rocks too. I like Jamie. Jamie's great whiskey.
I got that in front of me now.
Yeah, Jamie's good stuff, man. I really like the Jamie. But yeah, like those would be the three that I would suggest you rock with this. I wouldn't suggest a Jack. Like Jack's,
yeah, the taste of that Jack will fuck this up.
You know what I'm saying? It would mess this whole thing up. Like Jack, I can only take in a very specific manner, and like I do Jack and Drambuie. That's my shot. Put them together, and boom.
They say take that soda water up out of there. You don't need it for the most.
I'm not a fan either, Levante.
So that's going to add a few aeration to it, a few bubbles.
Yeah,
it gives it another
that effervescence.
Yeah, I like a little bubbly, a little spritzer every now and again, depending on what I'm drinking. Something like this.
I haven't had the Black Barrel before, Minister Charles. I'll have to test it out.
I've had it.
Yeah, is it any good?
Don't let me be the one to tell you no, because I like stronger flavored whiskeys. I'm not a fan of, and some of that kind of whiskey definitely has a distinct smoky flavor to it, and it definitely hits you on the back end. I don't like the aftertaste.
Okay, I can see what you're sort of saying. So maybe it's so there's a Scotch called La Floeg.
Oui.
And my cousin's a whiskey guy. He swears by it, but to me it tastes like fucking leather. You know what I mean? Like you ever like accidentally lick some leather on your leather jacket? You know what I mean? Like that's
like how you imagine walking into the.
How you accidentally lick some goddamn leather?
Hey, weird shit happens, man. You know what I'm saying? Like weird things occur. But that's what Lafroig tastes like to me. I'm like, this is smoky.
Have you ever walked into the Coke store?
Yes.
And you know how that leather smell hits you?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what it tastes like. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I don't know if I want to drink this. Like, I want to wear it, but I don't
turn up. By the time you turn up one or two, it's all good.
Yeah. After the third one, you kind of forget about it. But
I've never had one of these, but I have had a mint julep.
I'm still laughing at kids. How the fuck you accidentally?
Hey, I'm not just trying to. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's ever really happened, but like that's what it. That's what
you lick your Michael Jackson jacket when you was a kid.
No, I used to. Man, I gone through some phases, man. I used to rock during my real enterprise days, man. I wasn't like about no suit. I had dreadlocks down to my back, and it was just I tie it up and rock like a real expensive leather jacket that nobody could deny. You know what I'm saying? Like that was
rocking no members only.
White shirt, black tie, leather jacket, hair.
Some of that new leather.
That was my style. That's what
some of that new leather smell is so strong it will get into your mouth. It's so strong in a leather store.
This is what it tastes like.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. Yo, what it do, Crooked? What it do? But yeah, that was my style back in the day. That's how I conducted enterprise level business. Because, like I say, especially in the winter, I'm not trying to like the dudes that I used to go to work with. These guys would wear like a long, like three quarter inch or trench leather jacket over top of a suit. And I'm like, that's crazy. I got to wear 2 jackets out just to do business for 15 minutes. Like, this is ridiculous. I'm not about that, man. So I'm just gonna wear my tie. That's professional enough. A shirt, button up shirt, white striped shirt. That's professional enough. And rock like a badass with wool leather jacket in the winter. And that was my winter style. And it worked out very well.
All right. Last thing before we get out of here is, whiskey for a lot of people, depending on what the whiskey is, and there's a lot of good comments in the comment section about, and Ked said a couple poignant things too, talking about certain whiskeys. You just don't want to,
Yeah.
Don't tarnish the whiskey with the funny tasting drinks and shit. You know what I mean? Get some middle of the road whiskey and make your whiskey smash. You got some good top quality, top shelf whiskey. Don't be fucking it up with this stuff. Now you got some middle of the road stuff, and you just want to try some stuff. You got some guests coming over, your girlfriend or your lady, your wife. She prefers something a little bit more mild. You go down this road, man. You go down a road like this, and you do some stuff. Is there anything about this, Trips? Because you said the least about this. Is there anything about this that turns you off?
No, I'll drink it.
Right.
That looks like a little something that you sip on maybe a nice brunch day. I don't know if I'm, having this if I'm going out, to the club.
You ever have a whiskey sour?
I have.
Yeah, this is kind of like a whiskey sour with that mint fresh, but a little bit more water, and that's where the soda water comes in. Like just a little bit more water. A bit of a, I'm gonna say like you'll get 5 gulps out of this glass, and that's it. So you hit that thing a couple of times, and you're good to rock. This would be a nice little drink.
Mm-hmm.
I had the last whiskey sour I had was with some scotch. And I had three of them things, man. And boy, I had a good night. I'm just gonna tell you that. I had a great night. And I'll just leave that there. Great night. Just gonna put that out there. All right, so here we go. Now we need to discuss some Chicago Bears. Before we get into the injury report, let me pull up something. So I got to give a shout out real quick. DeMarco Jackson, Defensive Player of the Week. I don't know if y'all heard about that. 7 tackles.
I did not.
2 solo, 1 sack, 1 interception. You talking about investment, and you just scoop this guy up and look at what you got out of him. Look at what you're getting out of him. I was saying this stuff at the end of the show or in the middle of the show. We just did the live reaction. How much we've gotten out of some of these young guys that they just brought in here and just, what, we're going to give you an opportunity. Let's see what we got here. But man, Defensive Player of the Week. Defensive Player of the Week. Holy shit.
Look, I could not believe myself watching this game and how effective this guy was. All right. And we just recognize what's going on here. This is I don't know what's going on. Like, so I saw somewhere today that the Bears somehow lead the league in injury, like missed time, which is like just a crazy stat to have seen. I don't remember what the exact stat breakdown was, but it was like the Bears lead the league in injuries. This guy's a backup player that I don't even think was on the squad at the beginning of the season.
No, they just got him mid-season.
I found this guy, plucked him out of nowhere, and he's playing his heart out, leaving it all on the field, and being so effective that all game this past Sunday, I was like, man, look at this guy go. He's all over the field. Oh snap, there's an interception. Like he was something else. And man, I had to give a shout out at the end of the game to him and Noah Sewell for the way that they've been playing in the absence of, again, the vast majority of that linebacking group. Even TJ's back, and I think last week is probably the first time we saw like real TJ this season. So like these two guys have really stepped into their own and done a man. You know what, Anthony? You know how hard it is for me to say what I'm about to say, man. Because like my boy made some faux pas, but at this point, he's done some great things with respect to depth. Just the word depth alone that I didn't see coming at all to get us to where we are. So again, I'm gonna start it off by saying big ups, Bears down to DeMarco Jackson this week in becoming the Bears defensive player, or sorry, the league's defensive player, or NFC defensive player of the week. But also big ups to Ryan Poles, man. The power of Poles look at that, Triple R. The power of Poles compels you once again. He had Swaggy. Don't do it, Swaggy. Like I say, I've had my issues and I probably still will, but somehow in the most happenstantical manner, this shit's working. So I can't take it away from the man. I got to give the man a little bit of love for it. And there it is.
I mean, because you can't say he's been terrible when he has a team that's 10-4.
This is true. This is what I'm saying. They're performing. They are rising to the occasion in situations where, again, everybody's hurt. This has just been the story of the season.
Yeah, I saw that graph. I don't have the actual graphic, but the Bears were like leading the league in missed games due to injury. It was like 200 and some games total.
Yeah, something like that.
And they were like by far, the most injury riddled team this season.
It's crazy. It's been from week one, Kyler's had a problem, and it's just trickled all the way down to this week where, the good news this week, Tremaine's in his 21-day window, so he may be coming back sooner or later, but it won't be on Saturday. It won't be for this game. He'll be back soon enough. Well, maybe it will be, but
he'll be on pitch count if he is.
Don't push him is my thoughts.
Here's the thing, thank you for seeing that. I'm also saying, look at this kid we're talking about here. He's playing his heart out. I wouldn't be rushing a possibly partly hobbled Tremaine out there on the field with the way that that Noah's been playing and the way that DeMarco Jackson's been playing as well. I'd keep those guys on the field for the time being until all right, you're ready to rock and roll. 240 players / games missed. That's the stat that we're talking about with regards to attrition and injury for the Chicago Bears this season. It's a crazy stat.
I gotta say this, man. Watching it on film, like the way he came into the situation was really like his first week. We ended up having one of our worst run defenses performance of the season. And he came onto we started to see him when TJ got hurt first.
Yeah.
TJ got hurt. That's when we start seeing him get sprinkled in. It's like, hey, number 48's out there. Tripp was like, who's that? And that's how it started. And then Noah went down. Yep. And next thing you know, he's getting a more prominent role. And after that, he just got better and better and better throughout those weeks, man. And for the last, I'll just say 2 or 3 weeks straight. 2 or 3 weeks straight, every time I turn on that film, 48 is popping off the charts. On a side story, 93 is popping off the charts defensively, talking about JTS. But in this conversation, talking about DeMarco Jackson, he's taking advantage of every single snap given to him. And when you got a guy playing like that, it's hard to want to take him off the field.
Yeah, man.
When you got a guy playing at a high like that, you just like, okay, we want to keep this role. We need to keep this thing going.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that they're doing that. Same thing's going on with Nashawn Wright. Same thing. Same fucking thing. He's hot right now, and it's hard to take him off the field.
Look at the commonalities that those two players have in Jackson and Wright. Jackson was a 5th-round pick in 2022, but he needed time to develop, of which this coaching staff has been able to do with him. Nashawn Wright was a 3rd-round pick, I believe, 2 years ago. And, he was languishing on a practice squad up there in Minnesota. But Al Harris and Dennis Allen and this coaching staff has been able to, develop him and get the best out of him thus far, earning him a massive, free agency paycheck. So the coaching matters aspect cannot be overemphasized, but you also have to look at these players. He's in year 4, Jackson, and he's now getting on the field and able to show that it's like he belongs in the NFL. So it takes time for some of these players to develop as well. They have to be in the right situations.
It always does, man. It always does. And that coaching matters piece is it's of the utmost importance. And there's things to be looked at. And again, I just gave Ryan Poles a little bit of love. I'm gonna leave my love there. But I will say this with respect to coaching matters. Without this coaching staff, offense and defense, and the change that has occurred there, this group of men, I think that's probably the most poignant change and shift in this team, regardless as to personnel. I think they're really putting these guys into positions to succeed, and they are succeeding, man. And that's a thing of beauty right there.
It's an aggressive scheme, and it's not a very passive scheme at all. It's very aggressive, and it fits players like him, man. He's a very aggressive football player. His tape showed that when I went back to look at it. He's an aggressive downhill, I'm a sure tackler, I'm going to get on your ass type of football player. And it took him this long, really, as a professional to really get meaningful minutes. That's not preseason. That's not, all the whack-ass games that they have to play and they have to sit for a whole year because they never get on the field. He's getting meaningful minutes, and he's playing some great football, dog. I'm talking about great linebacker play. It's excellent.
Hawkeye's asking a crazy question, and I'm gonna pitch it to all you guys. Do y'all think we have a Hall of Fame coaching staff?
I would say members, yeah. I don't think this secondary's having the amount of interceptions they're having without the tutelage of Al Harris. Kevin Byers a vet, and he may have a few picks, but I don't think they are able to do what they have done and able to step up and fill in for next man up positions. I don't think this running back room is who they are without Eric Bieniemy. And there's talk that Kansas City hasn't been the same since he departed, that staff. I don't think this offensive line is doing what they're doing without Dan Rochar.
Trip. I gotta pause you. Because I didn't really think about the Eric Bieniemy effect with regards to Kansas City up until you just mentioned it just now. And when Eric Bieniemy was in Kansas City, not to take away from Matt Nagy at all, but when he was there, those 7th-round running backs were running ruckshot over the league.
Pacheco and them, yeah.
Pacheco, what was the other?
Hunt.
Hunt's a little bit of a higher up pick, but once Hunt
high layer.
Pacheco, there's another guy too, and I'm blanking. Chat, catch me on who the other running back in Kansas City was. But when say what?
Dante somebody?
No, he's thinking about Edwards-Helaire.
Edwards-Helaire, that's who I'm talking about. Those two guys are late round selections.
Steele, that's another one.
Steele as well. These 3 guys were running all over the league in championship fashion, and nobody saw that shit coming. Nobody saw it coming.
I mean,
bring Eric B over here, and all of a sudden, running backs are running ruckshot in a situation where all of us were worried about DeAndre Swift and his trajectory as a Chicago Bear in August.
It's if you look at the
CEH was first round. Okay, my bad. Okay.
If you look at the offense on its face, it's the running game is very similar to what they did in Denver years ago when they had Shanahan as a head coach. Years and years ago when they had Terrell Davis, it's a one cut, get up the field kind of scheme. It's predicated mainly on wide zone concept. So that slant run. So you're got the whole line slanting to a side, and it's a stretch run game plan. And so you stretch it, whether you hand it off or whether you toss it to the stretch run concept. And the game plan is to cut and find the gap in between the guard, center, or the guard and the tackle. One cut, get up the field, get you 5-6 yards. That's what the game plan is designed for. And you have to have a coach that emphasizes stop all that goddamn dancing, make a cut, put your leg, put your foot in the ground, and get up the field. That's what we're benefiting from right now. He's emphasized to them, make a cut, get on up the field, put your shoulders down, make some yards. Instead of don't be bullshitting around. When you see the lane, press it.
Go hit it.
That's what's happening.
So, back to the original questions. I don't know who asked it.
See?
Hawkeye. I don't know if this is a Hall of Fame coaching staff, but it's definitely an all-star coaching staff. Bear Truth has doubled down and said, better question is this a Super Bowl caliber coaching staff? I'm going to say absolutely, definitely a playoff caliber coaching staff without question. But I think this coaching staff I'm trying to figure out where the weak link is, and I don't know if there is one, right? The offensive line coach is solid. The running backs coach is super solid. Head coach is amazing. Defensive head coach, DC, off the charts. Defensive backs coach, same situation. The only guy I think we don't hear any noise about is maybe the linebacking coach, and defensive player of the week is a linebacker for the Chicago Bears, right? Like this is
okay. So that leaves Garrett for the defensive line.
It leaves defensive. Okay, so that's probably our shortcoming. All right, that is probably the shortcoming. Maybe, and I don't know if I can blame.
That's getting better.
You know what? They had a great week this week. I don't know if I can blame the DC
or
the line coach.
2 weeks they wasn't bad.
I can't blame the line. I can't really put that on the line coach. I got to put that on the players. Let's just be real here. I'm going to also then say special teams coach. I don't know if he's a Hall of Fame caliber special teams coach, but Hightower's good, man. He's definitely a quality special teams coach, a veteran special teams coach, and I wouldn't trade him for really any other special teams coach in the league. I'll be straight up with that.
So that we can keep motion going on. Man, shout out to Defensive Player of the Week, DeMarco Jackson. Man, I don't sugarcoat shit. I don't fluff nothing, man. I'm telling you, this dude is playing great football right now.
Yes.
And he deserves every second of all the adulation we can give him right now, man, because dog is balling. Dog is straight balling is a key to the reason we got back on the winning. We got back in the winning category, man. He balls. So, all right, another thing that happened a couple of weeks ago, you guys might remember me bringing this up. So a couple of weeks ago, we brought this guy in for a tryout. This is Dominic Hampton, safety / linebacker, 6'3", 220 pounds, out of Washington. As you can see the uniform there, he was a 2024 5th-round pick of the Commanders. Now, I'm going to just give you a little bit of background on this. I did not like, and that's just me and my personal opinion about this. I did not like them drafting him and trying to turn him into a linebacker. He's never played linebacker a day in his life. His background has no linebacker in it. Is that a whole lot different than a safety? Yeah, no. It's kind of in between, but he's just playing closer to the line of scrimmage, playing a linebacker. Safety plays another supportive position in the run game as well. Now, his background is he played 4 years at Washington as a corner. He played with Kyler. He played with what's his name, McDuffie, that plays in Kansas City right now. He played with both of those guys. And after his 4th year, he went to safety and he played 2 more years. So he He was in college for 6 years, so he's 25 years old. His natural position, to me, in my football mind, is safety, and that's where you leave him. The Bears signed him as a safety. That's what's on the books right now. I don't know what they're doing behind closed doors with him, but to me, I think Dennis Allen probably had this guy on his radar when he was still with the Saints, and they got an opportunity to get their hands on him. Now, I think Dennis Allen has given Ryan Poles a lot of good favor right now. He's probably got a lot of good vibes coming from Dennis Allen, because whatever Dennis Allen is asking him to go scoop up, Dennis Allen is making it work. So this is definitely a Dennis Allen add to the team. They just signed him a couple days, yesterday. They just signed him. And I said this a couple weeks ago. This guy, if he gets in here in this building, I think they got them something.
Well, is he a free or a box safety, you think?
He can play both. He can play both, but I'm sure that this is definitely a Jaquan Brisker insurance kind of thing. So that's box safety.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I see that they do the roster Flamingo every week, and he was on a practice squad. Then they release him. Then they sign this guy. So whatever it is, they have deal with the agents. It's like, hey, we want you to be part of this organization, but we're going to be doing some cutting of you, and they get it. But the part about Dennis Allen having that influence, Dennis Allen's been a coach in this league for a long time. Part of his responsibilities is scouting, during the offseason for his teams. He's probably identified players that it's like, I would love to get my hands on that guy because he has the qualities that, Dennis Allen wants in players. And we've seen the development of players that coaching staff have specifically requested Ryan Poles to go out and attain. So Al Harris was like, I need that Nashawn Wright. Dennis Allen was like, I need DeMarco Jackson. And both of those players have been NFC players of the week, at one time or another throughout this season. So if Dennis Allen sees something in Dominique Hampton that he likes, that he thinks he can develop, I'm all for it.
Well, you know what he likes, right?
Well, he likes that length, that size.
You know what he likes? He likes 6'3". That's what he likes.
Well, let me give you guys, man. I spent a lot of time studying some of these guys, man, and this is just one of them. But I did spend a particular amount of time studying him in particular, and he was one of the guys he was on my wish list for the Bears in that draft. Like, man, we need to get our hands on this guy. Now, I will tell you this. This is when Flus was still here. Now, the Washington, their scheme defensively is much like what Flus was doing when he was here. So it's a zone heavy scheme, and so you're bringing a guy into a more man-to-man based concept, and you're teaching him the man-to-man fundamentals, which he knows, but you're playing a lot more of it as opposed to the zone concepts, which you're going to play some of. But it's much more man-heavy scheme. I'm thinking, because they brought him in here a couple weeks ago. I'm thinking they brought him in here, worked him out, see how fast he moves, see what he looked like with the 220 pounds on him. I'm imagining they probably said, you know what, we're gonna try you out again at your natural position. Drop 5 to 7 pounds and come on back in here. I'm just imagining what they probably told him, so that they can work him out with the techniques of his natural position, safety. And so I believe they brought him back after that workout, brought him back again, worked him out. He lost the weight that he needs. He's probably, if I had to guess, probably around 215, 213, somewhere in that neighborhood, which is decent weight to drop and decent weight to have on you as a safety. And I think they like what they have. This is a thumper. He's a decent cover corner, decent cover safety. He can play anything. He's the kind of guy that you can line up in the slot, and you got a physical guy that can play in that box with you and can cover downfield. He ran a 4.5 in the 40. Anybody want to go look up his 40 time and go watch him run? He's got long speed. So this is a piece. I'm just trying to tell you guys right now, I think highly of this football player, not because I spent so much time watching him, but Just his traits are outstanding to me. This is a good pickup.
Perfect, because the depth at safety isn't, it may.
It isn't.
Yeah, thank you. Right, like there's some questions there, so we definitely need a little bit more safety depth just in case, especially given the fact that a certain Mr. Brisker tends to go down. He's played great this season. There's been no real injury concerns. I think he might have gone out for a game with a more minor situation, but you never know, right? So good to have a guy back there that you might be able to put on the field behind Hicks. Hicks is good, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, let me ask you this, kids, no maniacs. I saw something this past week that in free agency, Jaquan Brisker is expected to make an estimated 11 mil a season. So that's a 3-year, $33 million deal, as opposed to what it looks like they may be doing here is, with players like Hampton and other practice squad guys, it's not about this season for them seeing the field. It's about their internal development for next season and beyond. So if they are, let's say, developing Hampton, because we're talking about him as a safety, and you get Byard considering to resign, you got Kwani B considering to resign. Do you bring back Brisker at 3 years, $33 million?
Nope.
That's gonna, so that we don't get into this long ass conversation, because we do got to move. Listen, all I can tell you is this: whatever the Bears' priorities are and whatever they decide to do, it ain't up to me. Number one. Number two is I can tell you the difference between Dominique Hampton. I think you better sign 31. Make sure you got him back in this building. You give him what he wants.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Let's just put that to the side. Like we ain't got to talk about that. Now, this whole thing with Jaquan Brisker, what I prefer to do is tell you the difference between the two players. Everything that I just said, he's a little heavier than Jaquan, packs more of a punch than Jaquan, healthier than Jaquan, and he's more fluid an athlete in transitions and his long speed, closing on the ball in the air. There's qualities to Dominique Hampton that I would say Jaquan Brisker can't really match.
Wow.
Now, and I think this is a long-term kind of thing here with Dominique Hampton. I'm like Trips. I don't think he touches the field this year because they signed him off the street. So you don't have any requirements, as you don't have to give him some I think you're making a mistake by not putting him on the 53. My thoughts about that. I think he's that good of a piece.
Fair.
Not putting him on the 53 is a fucking mistake, but we'll see what they do moving forward. But I don't like being put in that box of what should we do with Jaquan Brisker, because we got to keep moving.
So before we do, I'll just give my quick 2 cents, and it looks like this. Just like you said, Kevin Byard, as far as Jaquan directly is concerned, I expect them to draft a safety anyways this season, right? So coughing up another 33, that's the third position that you need on this team. I expect that to be the third round pick. That being said, 33 mil for a safety when you're likely to replace that position with a rookie. You can develop this guy, get him on the field. You can put the rookie on the field again, depending on where you get him in the draft and what his caliber is. So that's my 2 cents. Got to put that money into Byard.
I wish G-Man, I wish I can show you the difference in the transitions. Like when you're in phase in a route. So I'm covering the receiver and the receiver is breaking on his route. How I transition from, covering the route to closing on the ball when it's in the air. Those are transitions. And some of the stuff, like, I'll just say Jaquan Brisker, what hurts him more than anything, in my opinion, is he's a little stiff at the hips. He's a little bit stiff and rigid. And this guy's completely opposite Dominique Hampton. He's extremely fluid, extremely. And that shows up when coaches are sitting on the sidelines watching these guys moving around in drills and different things like that, how fast he gets to a ball when it's in the air. Those kinds of things show up in practice. They show up on tape when they go in the building and start reviewing practice. And it's like, look how fast he just closed on that ball. Look at Jaquan close on the ball. Those are the things that's going to be the difference in, finishing plays and different things like that. Those are going to be the things that determine in practice, because if he sees the field this year, something probably happened. You know what I mean? But as long as they have him on the team, that's what they're going to be evaluating. And that's the difference between him and Jaquan Brisker.
So I'm going to give my last little push on this. So let's make a deep playoff run. And I'd like to see Jaquan Brisker do some damage, get a pick or two, make your impression felt, my brother, because I think you can go into free agency and make crazy paper. That's my thoughts about it. I just don't know that the Chicago Bears are going to be willing to pay you in that capacity, because they got to pay the guy beside you.
Kevin Byard?
Oh, yeah, no. They got to pay. This is what I'm saying. They got to pay Kevin Byard for sure. He's getting paid.
Kevin Byard's getting paid, dog.
That's what I'm saying. Kevin Byard's getting paid. They have to pay Kevin Byard. I don't see them also paying Jaquan Brisker. So let's go to effing Super Bowl and get Jaquan Brisker some money while we're at it. If he's on his way out potentially, let's put him in position to make some good paper off another team.
All right, let me get this down.
Yeah, and Byard wouldn't be long-term signing, like I would say a 2-year deal, 20 mil or something like that.
Money got to go around, right? So like even though Swaggy in the chat is saying what he's saying, like that's what it's going to look like. It'll probably be another 8 to 10 mil, 2-year deal, maximum 3. I don't even see 3, but probably 2 years, 15 mil, 20 mil, somewhere in and around there.
Double digits, bro.
Somewhere in and around 15 or 20. That's probably what I would be willing to look at for Kevin. But again, he's a Pro Bowl caliber player. I expect him to be in the Pro Bowl this year. That's
what I gotta say. I just do not like, and it just gets all Harrison Grahamish. And I'm gonna have him on the show soon, man. We been talked a while back, but all this, what I'm gonna do, I wouldn't give him this, or I would do that. Man, who gives a fuck? Don't nobody give a fuck about what I would do. I'm not the fucking general manager. I hate that whole conversation. I hate it. I fucking hate it. But excuse me for being gnarly about that, but I cannot stand that, man. Who cares what I think about that? Let's see what the Bears do. All right, here we go. Let's look at this injury report. Yeah, I don't know what y'all think about this, but this is better than what we've been seeing recently. I'll just say that. What y'all think about the injury report? Let's start at the top with Luther Burden.
Yeah, well, the first two kind of go hand in hand because they're both wide receivers. Between Luther Burden with his ankle and Rome Odunze with his foot, both DNPs for the Wednesday.
Damn.
That hurts the position group, obviously, with the young talent, but this is not optimal, not ideal, obviously, but the mentality has to be the same that has been all season. Next man up, and whether that means more reps for Duvernay or Jade Walker all day, every day. You know what I mean? So, we have reserves, so it's not hopefully too detrimental. And, keep feeding DJ and Loveland and them, and we should be all right.
Man, I don't like this at all, really.
Did you see the play when he got nicked?
Who, Luther?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, he got that. Like he basically kicked up and kicked a helmet with his Achilles.
No,
you know what I mean? Like that
I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it at all.
Yeah, man.
No, I think he accelerated when somebody was pulling at his foot, and he was going. It's just inertia, bro. He was going one way and accelerating one way, and right at the same time when his foot was getting grabbed.
No, and that's not what I saw. I saw him going out of bounds, and the linebacker was trying to get to him. Didn't get to him.
He was trying to kick out of that.
His helmet, right? The helmet caught the back of Luther's foot as he was running out of bounds, and he ran out of bounds. He kept going, and then he started to hobble, and that was basically the end of the end of Luther for the game.
But that's the funny thing about injuries. We can see let's say impact with a heel and a helmet, and so we think it's a heel injury or foot injury or ankle injury, but it turns out being a knee issue or a hip issue because of the angle that the leg made impact, that it affected something further up.
Yeah.
So, we may see one thing or like a player getting rolled up on and think that it's this, but it's not. It's something else.
Reason why I say that is because I got my ankle screwed up kind of in a similar way. I would say almost exactly like that. It's when you're going, and I wasn't going out of bounds like Luther Burden was. He was going out of bounds, but he was still being aggressive, trying to break from that tackle. And that's what happened to me. I was trying to run through a tackle, and I got my foot jammed up with the tackler, and he had a better grip on me. And that's just inertia, bro. When you're trying to force your way out of a tackle when somebody's got good grip on you, something's going to give. And that's what it looked like to me with Luther. He was still trying to cowboy through that shit, Bronco through that shit, trying to run through it. And he was wrapped up well enough where it probably hurt him a little bit.
Well, I just don't like the fact that two of our wide receiving core are out ski right now. So got a couple more days. Hopefully somebody steps up to the plate, whether that is Rome coming back, which is probably the most likely scenario, whether it's Luther, again, hopefully he shows up as well. But I'm a little bit worried about either one of those scenarios here. I'm a little bit less worried
about Rome right now. Let's talk about Rome right now.
I feel like he should be able to show up, given that they almost played him last week and it came down to the wire. But
did you
I hear
see what happened with kids?
No, you saw what happened?
Well, not what happened, but he was, not playing last week, and so they didn't have him on IR or not active. Mm-hmm. So he was warming up pregame, and they was like, "Nah, you can't go." So it became a discussion this week where Ben Johnson said, "We don't know if he can go or we have to save him from himself and sit him down another few weeks." Because remember, the expectations and trajectory of the season are different than they were, a while back. Now it's not just about, getting 7 wins or 8 wins and looking good and building for the future. Now it's like, hey, y'all, playoffs is right fucking here. You get into the playoff dance, and who knows what could happen. So it could be a situation where it's like, we would love for Rome to play Saturday, but if we gave them another week or 2 off, we can have them into a postseason run, but we don't want to count your money before you have it because you're not in the postseason yet. So you're kind of in that precarious gray area.
That's exactly the way you should be looking at this, in my opinion, is exactly that. You should have learned something from Kyler getting back on the field too fast and him going down in a before the game, in warm-ups and shit like that. That should be a telltale sign he hasn't had enough time. You don't what's good about this injury, and I don't think there's anything good about an injury, but if you had to draw something good from it, is the development of the chemistry between other receivers. And so other guys are becoming more live during the process, and Caleb is starting to have the trust other guys other than Rome, like we were talking about kids during the game, the live reaction. Him not having his binky is making Caleb get better at identifying other people on the field, which is what he should have been doing a long time ago. But so happens that Rome gets hurt and he's having to do it automatically that way. Either way, this is a good thing to me, the team and Caleb Williams. The fact that Rome's not there, so he hasn't had that guy to focus on, because there's a lot of times you'll see him just look at Rome, and that's the only place he would look and throw the ball.
One way to prevent him from staring down Rome is, take Rome right out of the equation. Right. That's an interesting look. I didn't really think about it that way. I hope that bodes well for everybody else. So fingers crossed with respect to the offense. I see two other guys there that are limited that frighten me as well.
Well, let's for the sake of we're gonna get down there.
That's why I kind of left it ambiguous. So let's cool. Let's talk about Eamon.
Well, if you want to, go ahead.
Sure. I'd like to see him on the field. I have a feeling he might just make it on the field, but I think we're okay without him right now. He is helping out on special teams. He's adding his value there. He is helping out again in those snaps and in those situations where we're down in the linebacker room. But right now, I think the room's looking okay. You know, DeMarco's really stepped up. Noah's back. He's not injured, as is TJ. And that's a really solid rotation and three-man situation as it stands, even if we don't have Eamon Ogbongbemiga available. And there's still Ruben Hippolyte somewhere around doing things. So, there is some depth there, worst come to worst.
Yeah, I don't see Amen being able to go this week.
Yeah.
Because if he's a DNP, this time of the week, and he has a hammy, you're gonna need to be able to stretch that out a little bit to make sure you can run on it in cold weather. And if he ain't even, doing that yet, in a limited fashion in practice, he's gonna be out. But for the special teams unit, there are other athletes on the team that have been able to come out in his stead, and they haven't been detrimental. So if he needs to be out, he can be out.
Another little nugget to keep close to you guys. I'm talking to you two guys and everybody. Like if you get 2 or 3 DMPs in a row from a non-starter, that's alarming. That's probably a telltale sign that guy's not gonna be a factor. He's not gonna be a guy we can depend on that week. But if you get 2 or 3 of those in a week with a starter, that's typically during this part, especially during this part of the season, that's usually like, hey, just put them to the side, man. We're gonna let them rest, and later on in the week we'll start involving them in the walkthroughs and all that kind of stuff. That's typical of some guys need rest, and then some guys are actually hurt, and we shouldn't have him out on the field. He needs to be in the training room, and that's what it looks like for Eamon.
Well, that point that you bring up also made me take another look at this report, and there are 2 names that I was expecting to see that I haven't, or I'm not seeing: Tooney and Jarrett, because pretty much the entire season they've had old man rest throughout the week. But they not listed here.
Yep, that's it. They're finally, all those weeks of not practicing is finally paid its dues. Now they don't have to, they ain't listed on the injury report, and they just practicing regular. So that worked out that way. So like Eamon, it's a hamstring. He's gonna need probably about 4 weeks to get that right. 3 to 4 weeks. It's no pressure to get him back at this point. It's nice to have him, but it's no pressure to get him back on the field. No need to push that whatsoever. But the next guy, Tremaine, okay, so his practice window opened up like we thought it would, like we said during the live reaction.
Yep.
And the question is, everybody wants to know, is he going to be back on the field? And here's the thing. Just because his practice window opened up and his window to get on the team and be a part of the 53, that doesn't mean he's going to get there. Now, the beautiful thing about what Tremaine's situation is the guy we just talked about at the very beginning of the Bears conversation, how well DeMarco Jackson is playing. So even though I'm sure Tremaine wants to get back on the field, my thing is this: you got these growing injuries that's happened to multiple players on the team so far this year. You want to make sure you're airtight, ironclad with that process and making sure he's right before you put him on the field. And so Kez might have said it earlier in the show, we probably won't see him this week, probably see him the week after. And if that happens, I would understand why, just because DeMarco is playing such good football.
I think we're okay in the linebacker room, man. There was a lot to be worried about a couple of weeks ago, but it's sort of shored itself up very well. Like even in a situation where Tremaine, TJ, and Noah Sewell were gone, right? With the three of them missing, DeMarco Jackson stepped up and really held the fort down. So did Amen Agbagbamiga. But that being said, I think we're in a good place with the linebacker room right now, even with Tremaine in limited capacity, working his way back onto the field. Who was asking earlier on somebody? I think it was Tim Basemore. It was Tim Basemore. He was asking about splitting time when he comes back, and I'm under the impression, and I hope that they do. I hope they split snaps across the board, right? Just give him some load balancing to get back into it and ready to rock in full football shape. I'll say don't expect Tremaine to be back in a full football shape until potentially playoffs. But if we can get back a fully functional Tremaine, like I say, I personally think that he should have been a Pro Bowl votable player. He was playing his heart out this season as well.
I want to know if y'all noticed something during the games. Do you realize that they green dotted DeMarco and put TJ at will when TJ got back? Y'all noticed it?
Yes.
That's impressive. More impressive than you think.
It is. It's huge. That is huge. It also speaks to, again, TJ's ability at the will, man. He plays the will very well. But it speaks to what DeMarco Jackson has been doing over the course of the last few weeks, right?
Yeah, but sometimes when they catch TJ out there in coverage, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, this is true.
Under the circumstances, that's probably the best thing they could have done, because TJ. I would imagine since DeMarco got here, they've been giving him run at Mike, and they've been green dotting them and training them and getting them used to the calls, getting them used to the shifts, getting them used to the motions, and doing all the communication stuff that you have to do with the green dot. And so when TJ comes back, TJ naturally can go to the will without question, and it's flawless for him. But as opposed to DeMarco, who's all his reps has probably been Mike, that's probably not as seamless a transition.
And this is the other piece to that, right? It's that, once again, Noah went down along with everybody else, right? And they were giving Noah those green dot reps before, and they had to figure out who's going to get him and run that spot. And that guy happened to be DeMarco Jackson, and he did favorably in the position. Give him another opportunity to do it again, shines. Eventually, Noah comes back, and it's a situation right now where you probably got to run with DeMarco.
Let me stop for a second for people that might not know exactly what you mean by green dot. Explain to them what a green dot is on the helmet with the football players on defense.
That's you're the middle linebacker. You're the Mike. You're making the calls. That's your role, right? Somebody has to fill that role. Initially this season, it was Tremaine Edmonds. They'd moved Tremaine from the will over to the Mike position. He was your middle linebacker, your green dot guy, more or less. Once more, quarterback in the defense, quarterback in the linebacker group. Tremaine gets hurt. Somebody has to do it. So in preseason, they were training Noah Sewell to do it, and he got a bunch of looks at that position in preseason. And then when Tremaine gets hurt, he kind of fell into that position. And sometimes when Tremaine was healthy, he fell into that position and just got the opportunity to man it and was playing favorably. But then everybody gets hurt. Tremaine, Noah, and TJ, everybody was hurt. What do? Well, you train up another guy and you give him the opportunity to do it. They find this guy in a practice squad somewhere, pull him over, give him that opportunity, and he's shining like a diamond. So that's where we are.
If you can hear the Mike linebacker talking, like in between while the offense come to the line scrimmage and they're going through their shit, and if you can hear the middle linebacker talk, slide right, slide right, slide right, slide left, stay. You're gonna hear a lot of that. You hear him if he waves or talks behind him.
Directing traffic, brother.
If he waves or talks behind him, it's usually the safety talking to him, telling him something that he's seeing, or he's telling them something happened in the formation and to come down closer to the line of scrimmage or stay back. That's mainly the gist of what the green dot Mike is dealing with. He's telling the defensive line to slide to the strong side or the weak side, or whatever it is. And if they got to slide again, telling them to stay. That's mainly it. But you got to be right, though. Based on the formations, you better be fucking right.
Well, you hope you are.
If you ain't gonna fucking see the field.
And if you're wrong, hopefully somebody figures out you're wrong quickly and you know what I mean, it can make up for it. That's the best thing that I can say there. But that's the green dot or the mic is your Brian Urlacher. Your will is Lance Briggs, and just to give another
example. Kids at the last second, he might be get that B gap, Javon. That B gap. Javon might hear that at the last second and he'll twerk up and get ready to fire that B gap for whatever reason. But it's a lot of communication that goes on out there. And we don't hear it because we're fans watching the game, comfortably. But there's a lot of things that happen when the coach calls a play. You have to make the coach right with that play call.
Yeah. And
your communication is key. And so DeMarco Jackson just deserves a lot of credit. So does Noah. And so does TJ and Tremaine for being able to be flexible.
Everybody's run that position this season. Like it's kind of interesting to point out, but for a minute there, TJ was in the MLB position, actually for the better part. But they've switched it around. They've given everybody the opportunity. They've moved Tremaine to Will and given Tremaine the opportunity to run the show. And then not run the show, just play on instinct. And we're seeing the best version of Tremaine Edmonds, period. It's just unfortunate this last little while, right when Pro Bowl voting opened up, he got put on IR. And I think he's got sick. I think he's tied with Nashawn Wright for interceptions. He's having a hell of a season.
Hey, you know what, Trips and Kez? Imagine us three were a part of the defense, right? It takes a certain level of trust, and I had to point this out too. So all of a sudden, DeMarco Jackson gets the green dot, and he's the quarterback of the defense. Let's just say it's you, Trips, and you're giving the directions, right? And me and Kez are listening to your directions. Let's just say we're on the defensive line, and we're shifting when you're telling us to shift, going left, going right. And all of a sudden, at the end, he's telling us, this is a run left. And so shoot gap going left. Shoot whatever gap you see going left. The question is, do we trust Triple R knowing his job well enough that we should shoot that gap like he said?
Once you get to the end of the game, by then, of course, you're going to trust him, because you've had that game as a history to see whether he's been right or not. And I don't think the coaching staff is going to give him that responsibility, without him being able to make those right calls and those right reads.
At the very beginning, it's not that seamless. It's just like, hopefully he knows what he's doing. And we're going to try to listen to what you're saying, Trips. And all right, he says, shoot this gap over here. All right, this is going to be a run left. All right. Got to be able to trust him.
It better damn well be a run left.
And even if it's not, if you're a defensive lineman and the green dot tells you left and you go left and the play goes right and it ends up being a big play, and as a defensive lineman, you go to the sidelines and your coach be like, well, what the hell? Why'd you go left? It was like, we got told to go left.
No, but in between that, I'm going to be on your fucking head.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be on your fucking head. Kids should be on your head, but I'm for sure be on your fucking head.
Hey, man, what the hell are you doing? Anyways, that's that's a whole conversation. But
Hey,
the real
trust me, it is, bro. It
you know
is.
what I mean? The upside is DeMarco's playing well at the position, and even when Tremaine comes back, they'll probably just load balance him in and give him the opportunity to get back to where he needs to be. That being said, Grant Comte is saying in the chat here that Rome has a stress fracture in his foot, and that's why he's not playing. I've heard very similar things, and that does not bode very well for his continued involvement over the next few weeks.
All right.
Yeah, they say it's just a
Take a
pain
look at-
tolerance thing.
Yeah.
I think the last thing here we need to talk about as far as this injury report goes is Cole.
Yeah, me too. I expect DeAndre Swift to be playing. Cole Kmet got hurt, man, and he's one of those guys. He's one of those guys who doesn't ever miss a game and doesn't ever get hurt. Even after getting hurt, he popped right back up, and after a couple of steps, looked like he was fine. I'll be surprised. I'll say it now. I'll be surprised if he doesn't show up to play football this week. Surprise. Mind you, he's a human being, and sometimes you get hurt, and him getting hurt in a situation like this, especially with those two wide receivers down, that's big. I think we really need a Cole Kmet this week to make a difference.
You know what, kids? I think it should be said, and this is just the ultimate respect that I can give Cole Kmet, because he's made us some kind of other materials. Something.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Man, it's a lot of people were upset because we gave Cole Kmet money. It's like Cole Kmet doesn't do nothing. Stat box watchers, not understanding, what it takes. He's had his fair share of drops, fumbles, and all that kind of stuff, just like any other football player. You want to see that be tapered down. You definitely haven't seen as much of that this year. There's a lot of onus he's put on himself about that kind of thing. And I think Cole Kmet is worth every freaking dime. And I just, you don't really know what you have until it's gone sometimes. And like Cole Kmet, when he's not out there, I feel him not being out there, especially in the running game and the blocking setups that they're doing with the offensive line, chipping and all the different stuff that you see on film that's not really worth talking about on these shows because we got so much other stuff to talk about. But Cole Kmet is worth his weight in gold. I'm telling y'all right now, he is. And I just respect that guy just because of the competitor in him and just how he's made, man. I don't know how he walks away from some of the shit he deals with, but he does.
He's been nursing a back injury all season, right? So like there's that factor as well. Yeah, I have my qualms with the Kmet re-signing, and it was just the timing of it, not the dollars or the cents or the player, just the timing. End of the day, he's, in my opinion, kind of reinvented himself. He's not going to be your Travis Kelce, which is what everybody's sort of looking at him to be. I don't think that's what Cole Kmet ever was or ever will be. Cole Kmet is now, it's like, in my opinion, like a true tight end. He's going to provide the chips and the blocks that you really actually need out there on a regular basis, as well as leak out into the passing game and secure a football. Could he bring more footballs in? Yeah. Does he drop the ball sometimes? Yeah. Does he get a lot of yak? Not necessarily. But end of the day, I think he does what he does.
They say when Cole catches the ball, he hits the A button.
It's a dive. Yeah, it's a dive. You're going down. But that's exactly really what it is. I don't care as long as that ball's going with him and it's good for whatever.
You know what, though? Funny you said that because I see it.
Yeah.
You don't realize it until you're out there on defense, and you don't, like, as soon as the tight end gets the ball, it's usually somewhere in the middle of the field or in the flats. Guys are taking full speed.
Bro, you're getting smoked.
Dashes at them. You know what I mean? They're hitting them, and they're big. You know what I mean? So there's a psychology to it. So you definitely ain't trying to rip into his upper body, right? You want to go to the weakest point of his body. And what is that? The legs.
Back. Uh-huh.
And so now you're gonna catch that ball, and now you're trying to basically dodge guided missiles. So I understand it, man. I like if I was a tight end, I'd be balling up.
This is why
like
tight ends go down as frequently as Darnell Washington, 300-pound. He's out. Like he went down. They go down because they're sitting ducks in the middle of the field. Some of them are massive sitting ducks, right? So it's it ain't easy being a tight end in the NFL. I just got to put it that way. More power to Colston Loveland being being that more wiry route running type that may be able to secure some of that. Like even his big reception to win that game the other day, he got hit by two defenders, somehow stayed up and kept on trucking. But those hits are coming and they will be there.
Hey, kids, you remember that play we was watching? I think it was this week. Might have been last week, but I'm not sure because they get mixed up with me.
Mm-hmm.
He got taken out. He got his legs taken out from under him. And we was just like, holy shit.
It's this week, man. And he just held on.
Yeah, dog, I don't like some of them hits are hard for me to watch because I know what they're trying to take his damn legs out.
Yeah, brother. And it's the only way that you're gonna do it against a big 250 plus guy, right? A guy that size, you're not going up top.
I've been that hit man. I know what it is, man. I'm undersized. Tight end is 250 something pounds. I'm not going to hit him in his strongest part of his body. No, that would be stupid on my part.
That's how that touchdown I was just describing happened. Both of these guys hit him square in the body, and they just bounced off of him like they didn't even hit him at all. He spun out, and next thing you know, he's in the end zone.
You don't want to have to deal with that. Like if he fucked around and shakes a tackle and starts to get a couple of steps in front of him, that is the worst thing you don't want to see that. You don't want no parts of that, brother. I'm telling you right now. You
don't stiff arm some fools, man. He'll stiff arm you like Marshawn Lynch too.
And we also gotta, just make sure we give Komet his props because he will drop the ball, but he's a good blocker. He'll leak out, and his contract is reasonable to where it's not detrimental to the salary cap. And it is tradable if is so deemed.
It's actually beneficial to the salary cap at this point. A couple of years ago, it was like, whoa, what are we doing? At this point, you're not really going to find another tight end out there like his caliber for that kind of money.
Just right, not. And so he's under contract, and we see that how Ben Johnson is deploying tight ends. So you got Loveland and Komet, but then also you got Smythe in there as a tight end, as a fullback, so they're deploying the tight ends, numerous tight ends often. So we need him, and he's a good part of this team. And he's usually, beat up, but he plays, so to have him back out there and available is good. So him being even in a limited fashion in practice on Wednesday is a better sign than a DNP.
Yes, sir.
One last thing before we get into the Packers conversation. We're gonna lay into that pretty good. When it comes to defending a tight end and having to make a tackle on tight end, when I said you want to hit him in the weakest part of his body, the lower body, the legs, the last place you want to hit him is in his thighs. Just telling you, right?
Yeah. You'll kind of get kneed into oblivion, brother.
Man, dude.
You know what I'm saying? Moving, if he's like, if he's moving, if he's a moving target, you don't want anything to do with those thighs, bro.
Oh, that's is not very much that I would say that I don't miss about football because I love every bit of it. But that's fucking one of them. I tell you that right now.
Oh, man, you will get launched into next week, bro. Especially against a tight end, like against a wide receiver or what have you. It's a problem. Running back, depending on who, like Derrick Henry, don't do it. But a tight end, oh boy, man. Yeah, man. You'll get sent into next week and wake up.
You'll get Bronco you just get broke off.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
I've had the stingers I can talk about, man, from hitting the tight end in his thigh. And I'm thinking I'm aiming lower, but I end up on the thigh. And man, dog, it's painful. A stinger is painful. It's like you think you just completely dislocated your shoulder, but you didn't. It hurt so bad for about that shit lasts about a good 3 to 5 minutes. It is bad. And you just walking on, when you see those guys walking off the field, like their arm is just hanging to the ground.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, that's a stinger. And they just can't take it. It's like, get me the fuck out of here, man. I'm sitting the fuck down. Don't say nothing to me.
Leave me alone, man. Leave me alone. You do one of these. You need them deep breaths. You do one of those for about,
and the announcers got the nerve to say, it's just a stinger.
He's just a stinger. He'll be fine.
Do you know what a stinger feels like, dude?
Yeah, bro.
What are you talking about? Just a stinger, man. Shit. Man. All right. I'm just gonna end up having a long ass conversation about that, but we got to keep moving, man.
All right, the rest we can live without. Let's talk about them Packers.
FGB.
F to the G to the B. Isn't it right though? So we'll start it out from here. I watched that game, man. I watched that Broncos game versus the Pack last week. And the first thing I got to say ain't about the Packers. It's damn, them Broncos look real good, though. Just got to put that out there. Now, moving back to the Packers, there's film now on what you do and how you beat this team. Just want to put that out there as well. So I'm quite certain that these Chicago Bears have been in the lab cooking it up, trying to replicate what did Bo Nix and the boys do that this team just couldn't stop.
Talking about defensively, right?
Yeah. No, well, both sides of the ball. Like they shut them down defensively. They also tore them up offensively too. Right? Like both sides of the ball. This was a very good football game with regards to the Denver Broncos and how they played the Packers. So I'm hoping, much like anyways, I'm hoping that they utilize some of that film and they'll be able to exact some revenge this week just by looking at some of the nuances difference that team used to play against the Pack. The other piece is the more obvious pieces. So on a bi-weekly basis on the Superflex Fantasy Football Show, every Tuesday, come check your boy out at Kez the Canuck, 7 Eastern, 6 Central. I tend to make fun of Christian Watson and the fact he just can't stay on the field. I'm like, he's one of the most talented wide receivers I've seen in a while, but unfortunately, kid just can't stay healthy. He's back on the field. He's bound to be on IR sooner or later. Just how it works for Christian. Whoops. Christian gets hurt in this game relatively early into the game. So that means this is more or less going to be the Jaden Reed show, potentially some Bo Melton love, maybe some Romeo Dobbs love if he's not also hurt. That's what that's going to look like. No Christian Watson. And then I messed around, and I was admitting on the Superflex show last night as well that as I'm watching this football game, I get to looking at Micah Parsons because there's just a little bit of a scuffle that he gets into, and they're talking about him. And I'm like, man, like Christian's down, somebody else is down. The bodies are hitting the floor today for Green Bay. This game is, the Broncos are just kind of owning this team. Man, it'd be crazy if Micah goes down. And lo and behold, maybe 2 snaps later, Micah Parsons goes down. ACL issue, knee buckles, non-contact issue. That does not bode well for the Packers at all. They put a lot of investment in that particular man, in that particular position, in their defense, and it's, for the most part, paid dividends all season. Didn't look all that fantastic and awesome a couple of weeks ago against us, but again, he's Micah Parsons. He had his moments. Don't get me wrong.
2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark gone. That's gonna hurt.
That's painful stuff.
I can't. This is a little bit, for me, it's unprepared because I'm always all over shit. But my girlfriend was off this weekend, so I did not review that Packers and Broncos matchup because I come in here with all kinds of stuff to be telling y'all. I did not. I've seen some highlights here and there, especially some of that Micah stuff you're talking about, and his effort. It's just relentless, man. The pursuit that he puts on the quarterback, constantly that guy chase, just running them all over the field. And
that's how it happened.
That being aside, one thing I want to caution the fans, like I always do, man. I cautioned them before this first Packers game, and I'm just like, all that shit we talking to each other, on social media, dog, don't disrespect this team because they're good. And
they're gonna find out a way.
Even with Micah Parsons down, he was like the cherry on top of the cake. The icing was already there. You got number 52 that can really get after your ass. They've got Van Ness that can get after people. They've got guys, man. So Micah Parsons, just because he's not there, don't think this team should be counted out because they should not be. They still have a ferocious defense, man. They do. And that's just
so. We're talking about the Green Bay Packers here, right? So you're damn right. They will do what they can to make his absence as minimal as possible. And that almost goes without saying. And they'll do the same thing with Christian Watson on the other side of the ball. They will layer in guys to try to make that a non-factor. What I am going to say though is somebody of that caliber, and we.
Oh, I don't know what just happened.
He dropped all the way off, didn't he?
His wife just unplugged his ass.
He's bounced myself right out of my own show. But yeah, like we saw it last week. My boy Micah would just sort of, they were moving him all over the line and behind it, like layering him up in certain situations to just get pressure, and he gets it. Like that's not something everybody can do. So that's where things get a little bit different. And in that regard, I'm going to make a bold statement and say this now. The Bears had a very hard time doing anything offensively early in that football game. I think there's going to be just enough additional time for Caleb Williams to get things diagnosed and done. I think we're going to come out of this game. We're going to start this game much hotter than we did 2 weeks ago. And we'll see how the rest of the game plays out.
Avante, they may not win the Super Bowl and get it all just because of what you said. They're not having Micah, but guess what? We got to face them, and I'm telling you, it's still a great team.
And it's still going to be a great football game, right? Like this is going to be a good game for anybody to be watching out there in the world. Games of the week this week, definitely Bears Packers, definitely Broncos, Jacksonville Jaguars. Duval. Believe it or not, those are the games of the week. You got to watch them both.
Wow.
Something that I kept saying, and it ended up being true, watching the first Bears-Packers game, is they will attack the middle of your defense in any way they can. They think, and I know the defense, any defense's weakness is the middle of the field. You have to play a certain kind of defense to keep the middle of your field from being terrorized. And they do a great job with their tight ends, their running backs, slot receivers, of exploiting one-on-one matchups. That's what they really hang their hats on. The quarterback finding the one-on-one matchups and trusting his guy to make a play, get him the ball, make a play. And we probably suffered at least 3 times on different plays where it was just one-on-one matchups. Quarterback trusted the situation. Boom, you hit a guy and let him, put the ball in his hand, let him run. You saw that Christian Watson play. That play still stuck in my head with C.J. Gardner-Johnson and him being a little bit off leverage as far as I'm concerned. And those plays will still be there. Now, CJ, on the other hand, I told kids this. We just did the last show. I was just like, he's one of them hold my beer kind of guys, man. And he's like, the challenge is what he lives for. That's what he lives for. Okay, it was my fault that we got skunked in that game. And I gave up the plays to get us skunked. Okay, I bet it ain't gonna be my problem next time. That's just the kind of football player CJ is. So I expect that guy to be on another level when they face the Packers this week. Just because he feels like he owes his teammates. And I know what kind of responsibility that is. When you feel like you owe, you're gonna pay your teammates back. You let them down, you're gonna make up for it. That's just how it is for a competitor.
Just want to give shout outs to Joseph Archer and Ralph Love and vidIQ who just jumped in. Big ups to all y'all. Look, I hope CD Johnson is CD this week for sure. And you mentioned the Christian Watson play. He also got burned on a Bo Melton play out of the woodwork, and it's funny because nobody really expects Bo Melton to go out there and do anything. And against the Bears, he's been a dangerous commodity on a couple of occasions now.
Well, aren't they switching them back and forth between wide receiver and cornerback?
He's like the poor man's Travis Hunter, but it works, right? Like it seems to work, especially when.
Hold up for a second. Shout out to vidIQ. He says, "What up, good people?" He says, "My father watched his last Bears game on Sunday."
Oh, Smitty, man, we're all sorry to hear that, brother. But
we got a win for him.
I was like, it was a Bears blowout of the Browns, so he took that with him, man. That's an awesome thing to take with you, man. That's for sure.
Hey, Smitty, good vibes to Dad, man. Good vibes to you, and just know, man, that this life never stops at death, man. It just keeps going, and he's gonna keep going, man. And just keep good spirits, man. Good vibes about it, man. Keep your energy up, bro.
Yeah, energy exists forever, man. So big ups to you and your family. Strength to you and your family. Strength to your pops, man. May you rest well. May you rest well.
Indeed.
Yeah. But yeah, man, them Packers though, right? So I think we have this one, guys. Like I am gonna say.
Hold your thoughts, man. We just got a super chat.
Oh, Cloud Chasers Radio is all about it.
We got to show them some respect here. Right
as we do, let's also do. As we do pay our respect to Cloud Chasers, let's also disrespect Nick McLeod at the same time. So let's all pray Nick McLeod doesn't see the field.
Hey, Cloud Chasers, Nick McLeod gonna whoop your ass.
I think Bears win by 10 points or more in this one. Bear down. Much love, fellas. I couldn't call what the numbers are going to be in this situation, but I do think it's going to be a Bears W. I think the Bears have seen what they needed to see. A, they just faced this team. B, they just watched this team get beat by another team. C, Micah Parsons and Christian Watson are both out. Like, these are the three reasons that I'm sort of looking at this as a bit of a different contest. I was really hoping that we could have a healthy Kyler Gordon back on the field at this point. We don't, because my thoughts is that those crossers and drag routes they love to use, Kyler's great at handling those. Like he's elite level at handling those particular types of passes. CJ apparently might not be, but as stated, if CJ just gets in the route within the first 5 yards and just beats you up a little bit, put some hands on you, that's going to throw off the timing of the route. So I'm hoping that he's all about that, and that's what this thing looks like this time around. I'm also hoping that Dennis Allen sort of paid a bit of attention to how we got beat last time, because that was basically the bulk of the offense. Like, Jordan Love wasn't trying to go deep, and when he did, it wasn't great. It didn't look great.
I know one thing, Nick McLeod. If I'm Dennis Allen, I would love to keep him. I would love to keep Nick McLeod, but I'm going to ask Nick McLeod to put on. I'm going to ask Nick McLeod to put on another 5 to 7 pounds and give him safety reps, which is what I said when we got him. You know, different things that he did when he was with the Giants before he got here. I thought that his safety reps looked better. Even some of his slot corner reps look better than his boundary stuff. His boundary corner stuff, for whatever reason, those were his worst plays.
Yeah.
And they've been his worst plays since he's been a Bear. And I don't think
he played well in the slot, in my opinion.
Yeah, he played very well in the slot. And I think he's one of those kind of guys. He's a flex guy that you can play in the slot and play at safety. I think boundary corner is pushing it with him. It's just based on what I've seen.
Yeah, I don't see him, like, knock on wood, Nick. Cloud Chasers. I don't see him getting that many reps here this week, right? Because Jalen is back, and shout out to Levante to sort of bringing him back into the conversation. He's saying that Jalen is great at covering those drags too. He is as well if the drag is coming from his side. He's very good at covering.
Jalen just ain't him right now.
I think he might be this week, right? The last 2 weeks, he's been ramping up.
I remember y'all's face when I think Tripp asked me how long is it going to take before Jalen Johnson is Jalen Johnson and Kyler is Kyler. And I said a few weeks, and I seen the faces now. It was just like, really? I'm like, really, man? It takes a while, man, when you ain't been playing football for a minute. And, we at that, 3rd week mark with Jalen.
Yeah.
He could start displaying some of that old Jalen Johnson, but it wouldn't surprise me, but it kind of would.
I think here's what I'll say. I think we see a return to form for Jalen Johnson. I think we also see a return to form for Tyreek Stevenson, who he'll be splitting reps with. I think they'll both play really well on that side. For the most part, on the other side, I don't see anything happening against Deshaun Wright. I think at this point in the game, they really have to focus on those drags and crossers, because his physical makeup is a mismatch for most receivers on the other side. And last 2 weeks ago, the Green Bay receiver had to grab him out of the play to ensure that there was not an interception. And that's how blanketed he is on the receiver on the other. That was Jaden Reed. So I don't see him going, rainbow ball the way that he likes to do it against this team right now. I don't think that's happening.
All right, Trips, you've been awful goddamn gone quiet, man. Now we're gonna get ready to close up this Packer Bears rematch in a minute. Now you ain't said a whole lot.
Yeah, not a whole lot to say. It's a bitter taste from a very short, time since the last one. The team seems to be focused on it. Both teams have injuries to overcome, and both teams are playing for something. Now, I would think that the onus, the weight, is more so on the Packers because they are farther ahead in the team building aspect than this first year, head coaching Bears staff is. So the pressure is on Green Bay. The Bears can play loose and they can play football without having to, stress about it. They should just be able to play some loose, free football. And I think they do that, when not get tight, they'll be just fine.
One of the great things I think about the NFL people don't really give enough credence to, that no other league does, whether you're in whatever level of football you playing on. No other league does this but the NFL, when you get 2 cracks at your division rival a year. And so that's a great highlight for me. It's been that all my life, knowing that, you might see your main adversary twice.
Again.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Because how sour grapes would it taste like only having to face the Packers once and they got us, having to deal with that whole thing in your mind for an entire year. I just look forward to it, bro.
I love it. What's weird to me right now is that in most of the divisions, it's like save the best for last, right? Like these two divisional rivalry games are happening in most of the divisions. I'm finding there's a few.
Hate to do it to you again, Kez, but
no, it's cool, man. Bring it in, Cloud Chasers.
Cloud Chasers Radio. Give me a second.
Vanessa Williams, save the best for last.
Save the best. And she was a supermodel.
My boy Cloud Chaser, we love you, bro. And he must like this music. He must like house sounding music, man. He says, Nomad. $4.99 super chat. He says, Nomad, why haven't we signed Nahshon Wright to an extension yet? Fulham's got to bring him back. I'm sure at this point there is some the thing about that is if you already got Jalen signed, you got Tyreek that's in the works that possibly could get signed, and then you got Nahshon Wright. There's some uncomfortable conversations being had at how it's all about that, I'm sure.
There's no way.
You got 3 years vested in Tyreek Stevenson, and people want to see how that's going to play out. And guess who drafted him? Ryan Poles.
This is Nahshon Wright's quote unquote prove it year to the league. He has the opportunity now because of how he has been able to take the ball away to earn a beautiful paycheck on the free agent market. And it would be a team-friendly offer, quote unquote, to have him stay here on this roster. And they'd be, he has a connection with Al Harris, Dennis Allen, this team, what have you. I get it. But if I'm Nahshon Wright's agent, I'm saying, hey, Nahshon, we got 4 teams willing to bid on your services. Now, the Bears are kind of strapped financially, so they're not going to be able to compete with the offers you're going to get on the market. So either you go for your, generational changing payday, or you stay with a team-friendly deal and take less money.
I love it, Cloud Chasers. I love it. He says,
shout out to Cloud Chasers Radio.
All right on, Cloud Chasers.
Look, so I'm with everything you just put down, Trip. And remember earlier in the show, I was giving Ryan Poles props. Like that, throw that out the window for a minute. There's a lot of money tied up into a lot of places where it should not be right now on his roster.
Before you finish that conversation, we probably should get to Joseph Archer's comment. He says, no matter if we don't sign Nahshon Wright, what can we get from him? You ain't get nothing.
Comp pick.
We can't, maybe a comp pick. We can't really get nothing. And this is why I'm saying there's little things that Ryan Poles probably should have been doing earlier into this season. But again, we don't really have a lot of cash available that we can spend until next year, and you get that little bump from the rights, from the TV rights and all that. Right now, in my opinion, if a lot of that money wasn't tied up into contracts like Dio Dangbo, etc., I think he probably should have paid and or extended a Nahshon Wright weeks ago before it became an obvious, oh shit, this kid's going to the Pro Bowl.
You know what the good thing
Kevin
is?
Byard, same thing.
The good thing is we're successful right now, and there's probably a lot of buy-in. There might be some hometown discounts going on. In the event that the season doesn't finish the way we want to, and they see a whole lot of opportunity in the following season, there might be some guys that might be a couple, 2-3 guys that might be like, hey, you know what? Let's get together, man, and get the Super Bowl. And
So,
discounting.
I would see Kevin Byard
I was just
being more on that
he's the
train.
guy who will do that.
You want Kevin Byard to be on that, but he shouldn't.
He will be because he's
No, he
old,
will.
right?
No.
Like he's older and he can see the value in I agree. He can see the value in sticking around Chicago. He's a leader in this locker room right now. I agree with that fully.
And he's already made millions of dollars in the league.
He's
Nahshon
already
Wright
hit it.
hasn't.
He ain't had a big bite out the apple yet.
He had a good chunk before he kind of unceremoniously got bumped
Not
out.
like he deserved. Not like he deserved.
Maybe.
Kevin Byard?
Yeah.
Well, he's
Yeah.
not going to get, a big bag now. He's on his, golden year contract.
Oh, he's gonna get a nice chunk out of.
Well, but that's the question, though, no, Matt, is if you're in Byard's situation, it's different than Nahshon Wright. Byard is a veteran. He has a couple years left in the tank. Does he want to go to another team, another situation?
Or does he want to win a Super Bowl?
Money. You know what I mean?
Kevin Byard don't want to go no goddamn way.
So he's found a home here, to finish out. Whereas Nahshon Wright is like, I need to,
smart. If
money.
he's smart, he won't hamstring himself. But if you're talking about money and cap situation stuff, who they're going to prioritize more so than the other is more than likely going to be Kevin Byard. And if we can get Nahshon Wright, that would be a plus. That's just basically how it's going to probably play out, in my opinion.
So the other portion of this is that Kevin Byard is also, being a vet and having been paid, he's also smart enough to understand that the more money he takes away from the team, the less money the team can spend on other pieces, right? Like he's that level of vet at this point at 32, pushing 33.
Wishful thinking, bro.
It might be. I'm hoping that all of these things are factors that Kevin Byard is considering, because I think he should take, a high-end team friendly, and let's go win this whole thing. If we win it this year, fantastic. Let's go win it again in 2026 is really what I'm trying to say. But then we turn the page to a Nahshon Wright, because like I would be remiss if they just let the homie walk. You can't really do that.
I think all of this goes by the wayside, and this is gonna rile a couple of feathers here, but this is the kind of stuff that goes on in NFL boardrooms when they start thinking about what to do about this salary cap and what to do about these players and these contracts. Let's just say they find a trade partner for Jalen Johnson or something like that. Now, I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying if they did, that would procure some situational benefits for us, I would say.
Well, yeah, that would. But now look at it like this. If we are sold on the fact that coaching does matter, we say, hey, we can let Nahshon Wright walk because we still have Al Harris. Al Harris can develop another Nahshon Wright.
We don't have Al Harris though, Trip. What if?
Yeah. If we don't,
there's talk.
Well, hold on. Well, we can't get too far ahead of ourselves. But if he being Al Harris is retained, it's like, okay, he can coach and develop, the next talent to be re-signed and or traded and or flipped, because that's what good teams do. They let go of good players because they can't keep them all. This ain't Pokemon, and they can't pay them all. And so you got to get assets for, the good players that you can. That means you got to flip them. And when you have a player like Nahshon Wright, who has just written his own check this season because of the turnovers, other teams are going to pay for that. And the most that this team can hope for that is a comp pick, depending on, the numbers and all that stuff. But we can do it again and replicate it with the coaching staff. Now, if the staff isn't here, or Al Harris gets the opportunity to be a defensive coordinator and he moves on, well, we have to see how Graziani and the rest of the staff can develop talent. But we can't keep the player, because now remember, if a big salaried player like a Jalen Johnson or a DJ Moore or whoever has the biggest contracts is moved, would you rather have that money tied up in a Nashawn Wright, or maybe make a move for a Miles Garrett?
Hold on, before you go, Kez, before you go, let me speak to Bear Truth 9's comment. He says, want to say Dennis Allen's specialty is DBs. No doubt. That's how he made his bones is as a DB's coach before he ascended to defensive coordinator.
And this is also like his type of DB is built exactly like Nashawn Wright. And this is part of the reason why he can sort of scheme things up for a guy like that to be successful. So yes, Al Harris is doing a great job, but I think so is Dennis Allen with regards to those guys in the secondary. Ralph Love, he's saying but maybe Nashawn Wright's a one-hit wonder. And I'll say this, you might be right. Who knows? The flip side to the one-hit wonder thing is we don't have a lot of Pro Bowl caliber players that are officially on this roster. This time last year, we were wondering if we had a Pro Bowl caliber player, and that guy was probably, I mean, it was probably Jalen Johnson, right? And then you move on. Right now, so Jalen Johnson potentially, not necessarily this year, but he is a Pro Bowl caliber player. Nashawn Wright definitely is playing at a Pro Bowl caliber level. Kevin Byard is definitely playing at a Pro Bowl caliber level. Joe Thuney is playing at a Pro Bowl caliber level. I'm going to also say, because that, my vote, Darnell Wright is playing at a Pro Bowl caliber, in my opinion, as well. That's a huge lift from wondering if we have just the one. So I think you don't let a Pro Bowl caliber player go, even if it means that you sign him and you trade him for capital, right? Whatever you got to do to retain that level of talent, you do it. It's my 2 cents.
Right. Real quick before we get done with this Bears conversation, because we do have to keep it moving. One of the things that I definitely need to point out is this offensive line play, and in particular, and let me start on the left-hand side, because, I mean, the entire line is playing at a level so high right now. Even some of the stuff we see, you see pass rushers getting by from time to time, and sometimes you see some pressure back there. But that's the kind of stuff that the fan base holds on to, those particular plays, the hotspot plays, instead of how sound these guys are up front. And when I tell you in pass protection, they fan out and make a perfect bubble and a circle and a layer of protection in front of Caleb Williams that is unmatched in some of the football I've been seeing. It almost looks Philadelphia Eagles like the last couple of years. That's a great performing offensive line. I mean, that's like the highest level of offensive line play I can really point to. And we're peaking at that level. We're right there. And we've got a rookie left tackle who I want to talk about specifically. And I remember Aldo coming into the show and asking, with the play, against Myles Garrett and him taking advantage of him a couple times here and there. He said, "Did you think that was going to bother his confidence?" I was like, I think totally opposite of that, because I told him then, I was just like, because Ozzie Trapillo knew he was playing the best. He can only thing he can do is look up, even if he gets beat a couple of times, he's playing the best in the league. And he fared pretty well against him. I'm not going to say this dude played an outstanding game, but for a rookie against that level of competition, that was really good, man. I'm just telling y'all right now. He got some help from time to time, But I'm telling you, I think we might have us one there. I think we might have us one. And if he can perform that well in his one-on-ones with that guy, man, he's looking nothing but up from here. But let me stop for a second because I broke my own rule. We got another. Thank you, Bear Truth 9, and everybody, Cloud Chasers. We need the donation so we can pay the bills, man, because it costs every month. But we appreciate you. He says, Bear Truth 9 says, Brisker or Gardner, who would you rather resign? And I hate that y'all putting us pitting one against each other. But if it's me, I'm just going to be honest with you based off what I see on film, Bear Truth, and I'm just giving it to you honestly. It's going to be CJ Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, I would prefer to give CD Deuce a 2-year deal.
Imagine where I'm at here now. Again, I've only said it 100 times. Don't like that guy, but I love that guy. So in this situation, I'm paying Gardner Johnson too.
You know how hard that was for me to tell you that because I'm a Brisker fan, I'm a Kyler fan, and I always root for these guys to get their money. But the truth being, when you pose a question to me that way, I have no choice but to give it to you the way I see it. And I'm gonna always do that so long as we have this channel. I'm gonna always tell y'all the truth as I see it and let you guys form your own opinion about what I said or what you see. And I'm just telling you, football one-on-one says you sign CJ.
Yeah, I'm a 1,000,000,000% with you on this one, man. I think that guy's just the jerk we need.
And he won't be extremely expensive. And it's not a long-term deal.
Oh, snap. And you could put him back there at safety, too.
And his versatility.
Oh, snap. I didn't really think about it that way. You could put him back there at safety. Now you got Kyler on you line Kyler up in the slot, and you got CD Deuce back there.
This is the last thing we'll before we move on to other things, and this is going to be an interesting.
No, well, can we do that?
No. So I'm just going to speak to it. He says Joseph Archer says, "What about if we franchise tag Nation?" I think the only person under these circumstances that gets a franchise tag under these circumstances, and if there's any, and I don't think this is the right thing to do, but it would probably be Darnell Wright.
Well, no,
he's coming to his contract.
No. I know, but like you give Darnell Wright a 5-year, you pick up his 5-year option.
Well, I'm just talking. We talking about the laws of probability here. Now we ain't talking about exactly what to do, but if somebody was to be in line to be franchise tag at this point, I think it's Darnell Wright.
I don't know that you can pick up the franchise. You can put a franchise tag on a player that you did not draft. So that's my little 2 cents there. I'm not sure if you can do that. Can you do that?
I don't know.
See, that's where I'm a little bit confused. I thought the franchise tag was sort of reserved for players that you drafted, and yeah.
I don't think you can franchise tag Nation Wright.
I don't think so either. That's sort of what I'm trying to say. Don't think you can franchise tag Nation Wright. You could franchise tag potentially, as you're saying, Darnell Wright. But in my opinion, you don't do that. You just get him for cheaper for the next 2 years. You extend him 5-year option, and push that payment out a couple of years. Because again, in my opinion, this Bears team should be in the Super Bowl the next 2 years, and then you pay him large when everybody's, when this dynasty's in.
I got to tell you guys an uncomfortable truth, and I'm not just talking to you two guys. I'm talking about the No Maniacs, Super No Maniacs. Here's the uncomfortable truth about success. You end up always losing a few guys. You end up losing,
of course,
the coaches. That comes with prosperity. And so you're not going to be able to take care of everybody.
No.
And so, prioritizing who to take care of or who to do the best that you can by, and even if you have to let them go, you hate it, but that's a byproduct of success, bro. And so be glad that we're in these situations where we have a good enough team where you're a little tight in the ass about whether or not we can sign this player or not. That's a great feeling to me. And I'm a hater just like you all are, but we're gonna lose a few guys, bro.
So all I have to say about that, and you are so bang on with it. I just hope that we have a GM that has the wherewithal to understand that and get in front of it so that at the very least he can get something for the players that we lose. Because this is new territory. This is new territory for the Chicago Bears over the course.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Over the course of the last,
we're not used to good players, let alone losing good players.
You know what I'm? Well, like we'll lose them, but it's because we have to flush them out of the system. We can't afford to pay for them anymore. We need to move on. We're changing the regime. Like this, these are reasons why we'll lose good players. We're seldom in a position where we have good players, we have a good team, and the rest of the NFL is looking over. They're like, yo, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could use one of him. Oh, you couldn't? Well, you're gonna give me something for him. So that's where we're at right now, and I hope Ryan Poles is ready to really do some GMing now. Now you can really start to do some GMing now, bro. I'm interested. That's where we're at.
I was just away from the computer for a second, but everything he just said, it's I start thinking about guys that's been with us for 3 or 4 years, and you love them. You know, you learn to fall in love with Jaquan Brisker. You love Kyler Gordon. You love all these guys that came in here with this regime, and you thought so highly of them. But in order to keep them all, that includes Javon Dexter, everybody.
Yeah.
That is it's kind of personal for us as fans. It is for me. I can just speak for myself, and I just imagine it's a lot of people that feel the same way. It's a personal thing because you just fall in love with these guys and you just root for them, spend all that good quality time just giving them good energy. And the truth about it is, we ain't gonna be able to keep them all.
Nope.
We ain't.
Nope.
Unfortunately.
And either by trade, by retirement, by injury, or by free agency, every player that you love will leave this team.
All. So the question is, at some points you have to recognize, as much as we love the team, we love these players, you gotta recognize this is a business, and what can you get for them? If you can't get nothing, like we've been getting nothing, then nothing from nothing, leave nothing.
You gotta have something if you want to be with me.
In this situation, I think we can gain a heck of a lot and really build out what we need to build out to have continued success. So let's do that.
All right. I gotta read the room, man, because we're at 3:22, and you guys, please make sure that you subscribe and you're liking all 3 channels, both here and at the Sports Chicago Style and at Keds Canuck, his channel. Please make sure you show some love. Stop and do both of those things. Subscribe and like. If you want to feel really good about what we do, man, share the content with other people so they know what we do around here, man. So we would definitely appreciate you doing that for us, man. We love you all, and we appreciate the love you give back to us, man. Those are just 3 easy, free ways to take care of us, and we take care of you the best that we can, man. So subscribe, hit the like, hit the share, give it to people that need to know what we do over here, man, because I have to read the room and I have to call an audible right now. You know why? It's because we 3.5 hours into it, and I got so much other content to get to, but I have to get to this content because it's new to what we do here. And this will be the first time we did this. And I spent a little time doing some stuff. I'll just ask you guys a question. When it comes to movies, where I got so much nostalgia in me, kids and trips. I just don't know where y'all are, but I just start thinking, like, I fall in love with like the 70s era movies, man. Like, I really love those movies. I don't know whether it was the kind of film they were using, the music, I don't know, but it's something about that genre the 70s, sometimes some of the 80s movies, a lot of the 80s movies, but I just feel like a close kinship to that genre, man. What do y'all think about that? How about this, man?
All right.
We don't even worry about what you think about it. Let's do this.
Damn, Negro. That's
Right?
what to say.
All right, you want to start with that one?
All black exploitation on us.
We can say that one, and we can get to some other stuff. It's up to y'all. Y'all, we will roll this the way y'all want to do it. Where y'all want to start?
Well, since Sam Jackson was right there, we can start with that one. That's always a good. Quentin Tarantino's always a good look, always a good conversation to be had. This is a classic.
Did the sounds match up with what we're doing here?
I think that the sounds were very. I think Quentin Tarantino would approve.
Appropriate.
All right,
yeah.
Take off, fellas.
So this is a classic. This is something I think everybody should watch at some point. Pulp Fiction. If you haven't had the opportunity to watch this, go do it. Along with Quentin's, I don't know, 6 or 7 other films, they all kind of have that same similar 70s funk that Nomad just brought to the table, including Reservoir Dogs has a little bit of that feel. Jackie Brown definitely has that feel. Most of them do, I think, with the exception of Snap. Django's not really 70s. Django's a little bit well before the 70s, as well as the one
1870s
with Christoph Waltz. The name of that one I'm blanking out, but it's a movie about
Inglourious Bastards.
Inglourious Bastards. Thank you for getting me right before I had to give some what it's about. But yeah, so yeah, that's Quentin loves that genre. He loves that era of time, and he does a great job of sort of bringing that feeling into his films. And Pulp Fiction is nonetheless just that, right? It's sort of an ode to that era. A lot of John Travolta in his comeback tour, getting funky with it and dancing with Uma Thurman, and there's a lot of throwback to the 70s in this film that you'll feel. But Sam Jackson with a Jerry curl kind of speaks to it. But it's sort of a gangster film in its own right. A little bit gangster, little bit ensemble-esque, right?
Mm.
This is what I would call a bit of an ensemble film. And the biggest thing about this film in particular is this film had a shoestring budget. It was an independent film, right? This is during the time when Sam Jackson was a lesser known actor. This is when John Travolta had basically gone 4 or 5 years without being in a film at all. It might have been a longer period of time than that.
It was definitely his rebirth.
This is the resurgence of John Travolta. The one actor in this movie that I think who wasn't really in a resurgence phase would have been Bruce Willis. Again, another awesome actor. So that just sort of rounds out some of the people you're going to find in this movie. Again, Bruce Willis, Uma Thurman, Sam Jackson, Quentin Tarantino has a bit part.
Well, even the British couple, bad
Timothy
Tim Roth.
Tim Roth is in this movie in a short.
Harvey Keitel.
Harvey Keitel is the Mr. Wolf in this movie.
I promise not to be talking too much doing you guys' movie review, but I have to say this.
Do it.
When we decided to do this and decided to start talking about some of these movies, I told you guys, my mind automatically goes back to some of those eras. And I had to do some kind of intro and some kind of music. And I happened to be thumbing through, and Pulp Fiction was on my mind the entire time, kids and trips. I don't know why, But as I was, doing the graphics for the show, that just stayed in my mind. And I was thumbing through some of the sounds that I have, some of the tracks that I have, and I stumbled upon this one. I was just like, this has got to be the most perfect thing for the first time they do this.
Yeah,
And
he went straight jazz flute with it, like what's his name? Why am I blanking out? Like Will Ferrell in Anchorman. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's what hit my mind. I was like, this is perfect. And that's like a 70s ass movie too. But this is a great movie. We won't get into like what it do, like what goes down. Feel free to check it out, watch it on your own. But this is definitely a classic, and feel free to layer in some of those other Quentin Tarantino classics. I have to say, Reservoir Dogs is a great movie. Again, very similar in concept. A little bit overlooked. Great movie. Another ensemble cast. But that's what you'll find from Quentin. He'll sort of put together these ensembles, and these guys get together, and they really do a great job of telling some sort of 70s ass, gangsterish story. And it
Right.
just,
and it's one of those movies where it's like you fall in love with the sociopaths.
yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
like, oh, he's a cold-blooded killer, but he's adorable.
Yeah, he's hilarious, and he's so well spoken, right? And, stuff like that. The banter and conversation in all of these films is it's classic. It's stuff that you'll remember and take away.
Just a little throwaway conversation about Royale with cheese.
That's exactly what was popping in my head. That exact conversation about the burgers, right? It's stuff like what I talk about with regards to going to Amsterdam and stuff. But this is what they're talking
And then
about.
when he said, "Yeah, I'm not religious. That's just some cold shit I learned from the Bible." Before I smoke somebody.
Hey, you know what, man? And I won't be able to talk about nothing else other than Pulp Fiction because I've seen it a few times. But this is the perfect cocktail of sex, drugs, and unaliving. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And put it with a twist on it, with a twist of lime. And some of the, the era, and you start thinking about the time. Every time you watch this movie, you'll start picking up other little cues about, the level of communication. Somebody having the foresight to know that I need to hire somebody to clean up other people's mess because I'm not finna run out there and be taking care of everybody else's bullshit. So I'm gonna hire me a wolf, then on the spot, come take care of all your shit that you done just fucked up.
Hey, do you see a sign on this garage that says "Dead Ninja Storage"?
Snap. And that's why I started it with the damn Negro. That's all you have to say. Because all they had to say is, Mr. Oh, you sending the wolf?
The guy was genius, man.
That's
the guy
all
was
you had
genius.
to say.
In a devilish way, he was genius.
That's all you had to say. Well, hey, all right. So that's Pulp Fiction. Do your Quentin Tarantino.
Hold on. The best part of that movie was the scene when Samuel L. Jackson comes into the room with the college kids. And to this day, every time I see these dudes in there eating that, what is that? The Kahlua burger. The Kahlua burger, whatever it is.
Aloha burger.
I want
Aloha burger.
Burger and fry. And I think that was intentional in the design of the film, is make that thing look like you want that burger. Like I want that burger now, just thinking about it.
It's a hilarious scene, man. And like to make the scene even better, is a young Phil Lamar from Mad TV. So he kind of that's his part in the movie. He has a very bit part, but he is so taken aback by what's happening in this situation and being asked and inquired upon, questioned about his Aloha Burgers combo, right? Like he doesn't know what to do. But it's a great
What?
It's a great scene. And shout out to Phil
Sorry,
Lamar.
did I break your concentration?
Oh snap!
One other scene that's very funny to me, because one of my homeboys pointed out to me. I never really paid attention to it until he called me. He's like, "Hey man, you watch Pulp Fiction? Remember that scene when the wolf shows up on the scene and he had clean all the evidence off of Samuel Jackson and the other guy that was with him. It was John Travolta.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he sprays the water hose on it. He said, watch that motherfucker tense up as soon as that water hit him. He's like, God damn. His whole body tenses up. And every time I turn that movie on and I see that part, we cracked up laughing for about like a half hour.
He said, both of y'all been to the county. You know the drill.
So little secrets. Vincent Vega and Vinny Vega. So Vincent Vega, I believe, is Victor Vega and Vinny Vega. Victor Vega is Michael Madsen's character in
Reservoir Dogs.
Who is
Mr. Pink?
brother. I can't remember what color of Mr. he was in the movie. You got me on that one. But he is the brother in Quentin Tarantino lore of Vinny Vega from Pulp Fiction. And the thought was to actually have a Michael Madsen and John Travolta film at some point after this movie, and it just never grew legs. But that was that's a little bit of
Well, spoiler alert, it would be kind of hard to have a movie after the fact, considering what happened to
but it would have been a prequel.
A prequel.
Would have been a prequel. That's what the thought was. Anyways, yeah.
I think
little thoughts.
Any last thoughts? Because I think we hit our 15-minute mark.
All right. No, we good. That's Pulp Fiction. That's some Quentin. Go get to it. Watch that for sure.
One of the best movies I've ever seen. Y'all seen this movie?
I thought he made converted rice. Never seen it. Why is
look at him a little jailhouse wife.
That's
I'm having a time in jail, man. Look at this shit, man.
And look at him all happy. I ain't never seen nobody show teeth like that in the joint. He like pigs and shit.
Kid's still trying to process it.
I'm fully trying to process this for real. I don't know where you got this picture.
Well, this was a picture of floating around that supposedly some guard took. Of the diddler in the yard with his boo boo on his left arm. Like, hey, daddy.
I didn't know they let Cassie inside there too.
Oh man.
Oh,
well, it didn't go in as Cassie. I think it went in as Cassie us. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, line that up so nice. You knocked that right out of the park, man. Oh, that was
great. All right. I had to get a little pit stop in there, man.
That was great. That was well done.
Uncle Ben's. That's what Diddy looked like, man. He looked like Uncle Ben. He need to put his ass on that rice right now. Yeah. All right, let's get to
what
the
happens
next.
when you don't have that. It's not. What's the stuff? Grecian formula.
Let's get to the next one, man. We gotta get on this, and this is when I'm gonna shut up because
classic.
Wow. So, two of the movies we just finished talking about, Reservoir Dogs being the first one, and the second one being Pulp Fiction. That Mr. Wolf we were talking about is a older version of the guy you're seeing right now on the cover of this movie. His name is Trip
Harvey motherfucking Keitel.
That's Harvey Keitel, y'all. And in this movie, oh boy, is he a bad lieutenant. So, when you're a kid and you're sort of presented with the idea of of what the police are about, you play cops and robbers and stuff.
Well, read the descriptors right there on the movie poster.
I don't know if I can. You might want to do it for me.
Gambler, thief, junkie, unaliver, cop.
Keitel has given us one of the great screen performances in recent years by Roger Ebert.
Cisco and Ebert. Two thumbs up. Save a seat in the balcony for us.
Is there a remake with Nick Cage?
There is, but it's not as good. It's not.
What a jerk! Nick Cage will do anything. This is a classic film, and me and Nick Cage have ups and downs. There's ups with Nick Cage as well. We can talk about later on, but this one here, oh boy, he basically, all those things that Tripp just sort of said, he really proves that altruistic idea of a police officer that you might have carried into, carried from childhood, might not exist in the real world. You know what I mean? Like in the real world, it might be this guy that pulled you over.
Yeah.
And he might be doing some real
all the stuff that on the clock.
Underhanded shit.
No.
Man, there's, I can't even describe the scene I'm thinking of. That man, he pulls over two girls and just does the nastiest possible stuff with these two poor girls that he pulls over. And I don't even think they were speeding or anything.
But they didn't want to go get locked up.
No, they did not. No, they did not. And he definitely took advantage of the situation. So it's interesting to watch. Harvey Keitel embraces the bad lieutenant to the fullest.
He lived it.
He definitely lived this character through and through. Yeah, like I'll compare it to
because, Harvey Keitel. He's such a good actor that you can see the pain on his in his soul through his eyes, through his facial expressions. You can see the confliction.
Yes.
You can see how when he goes manic. I mean, he just embraces all of it.
But that's where he's at now. You know what I mean? Like he don't want to be this way, but he is now. There's got bills to pay.
Sometimes he wants to embrace it. Other times he's offended by himself.
Absolutely. Well, I think he's fully offended by himself, but at the same time, that ain't gonna stop him. He's a bad lieutenant. And that's what's going to go down. So you
but no, hold on, Kez. But like we're all talking about him specifically, but there are scenes to where it's like, well, how could someone, get away with all these activities on the police force? Yep. Wouldn't his brothers and sisters in blue see that shit and turn him in internal affairs or something? No, he didn't give a fuck.
And most of the time, they're rocking with him
right next to him.
Full go, they're rocking with him. So, like, again, as a kid, growing up, you got TJ Hooker and you got all these cop shows where the cop's like a cop and he's copping it up and he's saving the day. He's doing that
officer friendly and shit.
He's officer friendly. That's not this guy.
No.
This guy gives 0 Fs. So you kind of have to watch this. Like, the only thing I can compare it to, like, the thing I will compare it to is Denzel in Training Day. Like, Denzel in Training Day is kind of bad lieutenant on another level. But this is the first time the first time something like this concept is really introduced in film, and they do a great job of putting it down. So big ups to Harvey Keitel on this one. I gotta admit, y'all need to go check this one out.
Now, have you seen it yet, Nomad?
No, I have not, man. Kids, he gave me instructions not to watch this stuff. Yeah. So I'm in here with I'm asshole naked. I ain't got nothing.
That's okay.
That's a little TMI, but okay.
That's like Tripp is when we get ready to do shows. Oh. Don't nobody know that in the green room. He's an asshole naked, but that's him.
But look, you and the missus should watch this one of these days. I think you will enjoy the hell out of it. It's a crazy movie for sure. So you
will be offended by things like, oh my god,
sounds like we're dealing with a whole lot of just decadency.
That's a good word, man. That is a great word. Yes, there will be some of that.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of that.
Yeah,
I don't like that, but I'll watch it though. I'll watch it because it sounds like some wrong shit.
Yo, Mr. Wolf on some other shit, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Mr. Wolf, he's got a history.
He does. Y'all ready? Yeah, we can move on to the next one. But this is why he's Mr. Wolf, though. Like, this is why.
Yeah.
All right.
It's part of his maturation and the decadency.
When you're ready, I'll go.
All right, let's go. What do we got coming up next?
All right. Now we got
This one's you, because it's been so long since I've seen this movie, but this is a good film.
This is now, I realize that this movie is like 30 years old, but I'm not gonna spoiler it all, even though I think most people should have seen it by now. But if you haven't, I'm not gonna ruin it for you. But I will. We will talk about it. All right. So no spoilers. So Andy Garcia, awesome actor, is the leader of a crew. Underworld. Crew. They steal shit. They do whatever. The crews do. But it shows the hierarchy of the underworld. So even though they are lawless, there are rules to follow. And if you break those rules, there are enforcement of those rules that you don't like. Let's just say buckwheats. So the story is basically the man with the plan, another classic actor, Christopher Walken.
Yes, sir.
He's the boss, and he has the plan, and he wants these guys to do a job for him, and they can't say no because he's the boss. So he pulls together this crew out of retirement, and they're ready to do the job. And then one of the fuck ups on the crew is like, "Hey, let me run lead this time," and everybody in the crew is like, "Nah, he's a fuck up." But Andy Garcia is like, "All right," he's trying to summon his better demons. He's like, people can improve. All right, you run lead. Needless to say, he fucks it up. And so the rest of the movie is, they're in Denver, so things are doing Denver when you're dead, because now the man with the plan, Christopher Walken, is got a little salty with him because they messed up. So then it just goes into how each of them lives for survival, their connections, and how tenuous those bonds can and will be. You have people thinking about their legacies and what happens, when I'm not here anymore. Then you have people going into their bunkers and hunkering down and ready. And so it's just an ensemble cast of a lot of good names, actors that are come together to navigate a tenuous situation. You got Bill Nunn, you got Steve Buscemi, you got Andy Garcia, you got
Treat Williams is another one in there.
Treat Williams. Yeah, because he was the fecal freak.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so you get all kinds of things going on in this movie, and it's like, hey, they all just chill because it's all about the boat drinks. And the boat drinks are when you're in paradise, you don't have any worries. You can just chill in the warmth of the sun, enjoy the camaraderie of your people, your crew, and enjoy drinks on the boat.
On a yacht. Right.
On the yacht. And that's their salutation. Instead of saying peace out, it's like, hey, boat drinks.
Boat drinks, and they clink up a drink.
Right.
Boat drinks, right. When you're gone, you'll be floating on that on the ocean on that yacht, and that's just how we'll respect it. That's sort of how we send you off. Right?
And so it tells a story. It picks it up in real time, but then it has the flashbacks of who they are, why they're together, things that they may have done, and then just the turmoil and trying to navigate the next hour and a half of the movie. So, I mean, it's a classic. It's one of those ensemble cast, and I don't watch any movies where on the poster, if ain't nothing blowing up or ain't nobody holding a gun or nothing. So, yeah, this is right up my alley.
Well, yeah, and it's again, this is kind of a similar gangstery theme, with respect to Bad Lieutenant and Pulp Fiction, as well as sort of an ensemble situation. Bad Lieutenant, not an ensemble cast, just Harvey Keitel being an absolute miscreant. Yeah, right. So in this case, this is a much more eclectic vibe from a gangster movie type perspective, and I think folks would love this movie. I like this movie a lot, right? Again, especially just like this is similar to Pulp Fiction, where the ensemble cast isn't super headliners. You know, I think the biggest name in this movie, to my opinion, is not the guy on the cover of the movie. I don't know if Andy Garcia was really a big name actor at the time. I'll be frank with this. I think the biggest name in this movie is Christopher Walken, but he's not the main part, right? The main part is Andy Garcia, and he got the top billing. Everybody else sort of surrounds this film properly as far as the ensemble is concerned, and they tell a really cool story.
And there are a lot of cameos from, bigger names. But remember, this was
Christopher Lloyd
25 years ago. So those bigger names were, it's like, oh shit, he's from that movie or that movie, whereas now you may not recognize him as much.
Yeah. Christopher Lloyd.
I'm sitting here
another one of those guys.
I'm sitting here listening to you guys, and I'm just now realizing you guys picked these movies, and I'm just rolling. I'm just furniture right now. I'm nothing, but I'm noticing that you guys pick movies where there are bad guys, and I think Tripp mentioned it earlier. These are horrible people, but they have some kind of something to them, so they don't want. They have a humane side to their evil. They're evil.
Some of them, yeah.
They're evil, but they still have. They want you to know I'm still human. I have a heart.
That's what makes it's funny you're saying that. So that's what makes Bad Lieutenant an interesting movie, because you can kind of feel his pain with being such, as Tripp was saying, an asshole. You can feel that pain in this movie. Andy Garcia's character is like, I'm trying to be out of all this. I'm trying to be out. I don't want to be a gangster anymore, but I got to do this job and get this job over with these guys and get out of this. Oh, shit. You messed up. You know what I mean? You messed up, and now they want to off us all. So I guess I got to sort of figure my way out of this situation, and hopefully everybody doesn't die. And this
hold on. But before he figured his way out, or during, he's also trying to figure out a way for his crew. Each and every one of them.
Absolutely right. And as he's going through, this is why you connect with Andy Garcia, because again, he's a gangster, but he's at that level where it's like, you know what, I'm trying to hang up my hat and move on. Boat drinks, right? Let me just move on to that yacht and really get out of here without losing my life. And the sort of the point of that boat drinks cheer is to sort of see like whether you can do it without going under. Right, going underwater, right? So that's what that's all about. But yeah, they all kind of roll together that way.
This evil people that show you the humane side of them.
Yeah,
as both of y'all are bent towards those characters, obviously.
Well, these make for great movies, because you get what you're getting out of these films is you're getting a relative full spectrum of of the growth of a man. You know,
Christopher Lloyd, Williams Forsythe,
man,
Jack Warden, Bill Long, Buddy Guy.
Oh, I forgot Buddy Guy was in this one.
There's a Glenn Plummer.
Glenn Plummer's a bad
Jr.
Glenn Plummer's a bad MF though. Like, I gotta give Glenn Plummer some props. He's in a lot of movies that he doesn't get a lot of respect for. He's in Showgirls, and he's that Dread. He's that little Dread in most of the movies. He's little Dread.
He's just a little character actor dude.
Yeah, man. He's really James good.
Caan.
Oh, I forgot James Caan was in this. Yeah, James Caan.
That's a lot of firepower in that.
The cast is just, and again, it's sort of an ensemble cast of folks who, for the most part, aren't super huge name actors. Like, very similar in style to Pulp Fiction. This probably came out maybe a year after 95, and Pulp Fiction, I believe, is 94, 93, 93, 94.
94.
Right. This is the same general idea, saying, hey, you know what? If Quentin can take a whole bunch of guys who might not be, top billing at the box office and tell a really compelling story and make a really awesome film out of it, we can do that too. So like there's a bunch of movies along these lines during that time, and some of them are classics. I have to admit, this is one of them.
I already know if I'm gonna watch these movies and probably want to smack y'all for having me watch it, because these rotten people, but in a cinematic, from a cinematic point of view, they can, the music, I'm one of these people that everything counts in a movie. I listen to the music, the score, everything, all the scenes. Like, I'm different that way. I listen to all of that and it makes a difference to me. I know right now I'm gonna watch this stuff and I'm gonna be just like, oh my god.
Shit, I forgot Don Cheadle's in this movie too, man.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
You
people in this
wild
movie.
now, dog. You wild.
There's
I
all
love
kinds
Don
of
Cheadle.
stars in this movie, but they
Yeah.
weren't stars at the time.
At the time, right? They
Yeah.
brought a lot of people together and made a really cool film out of it. And this is things to do in Denver when you're dead.
We gotta do Devil in the Blue Dress one day, but we'll get to that.
Okay.
That's a great movie. All right, before we get to the next one, I gotta say, I apologize to everybody that came here for the Buga Sphere content and the paranormal content. I'm trust me, I'm upset that the fact that we can't get to it because I put so much work into it. But sometimes during a live broadcast, me and my big mouth, including my co-host, we get carried away sometimes and we chew up a lot of time. And at times you have to call an audible to make sure that you get to what you need to get to. And I apologize to you all for that. So therefore, I will make sure that we double down in the days ahead to make sure that you get more than your money's worth of that. So I just apologize for that, because I know a lot of people came that are watching on the sidelines waiting for that content. So
yeah,
I just
Quatu, shout out to Quatu, man. That's we're just doing something a little different this week, but it'll be back. We'll be back with the paranormal and doomsday stuff in a week.
Full force. Trust me, we coming right on back with that. All right, y'all ready for the next one?
Yeah. What do we got? Oh yeah. Okay.
The Usual Suspects.
Flip it.
Now, this is another ensemble cast, and I think that seems to be the kind of the theme
General
tonight.
theme. Yeah.
You know, and it's because it's like if you like foods with a lot of different flavors, you know, this is what we have. So now we got Kevin Spacey, you know, this is before his thing, you know, your digs.
Yeah.
Benicio del Toro, Gabriel Byrne, Stephen Baldwin, Chaz Palminteri, Kevin Pollak, Pete Postleth, Giancarlo Esposito, Don Haida, Susie Armis, Jack Shear, Kyle Brescher, and a whole shitload of other people. But basically, this is a crime drama, I guess, where the cops are investigating a crime and they don't have any leads. And so the movie title, we're going to round up the usual suspects, which means, you know, these are people with a rap sheet that we know are criminals and that they're good for something. So let's bring them in, see what their alibis are, if they know something. And so this is basically the premise of the movie. And so each one of these criminals has their own story. Are they lying? You know, do they have an alibi? Are they involved? What is the actual crime? And so the movie is, as it progresses, you are unraveling that mystery, this investigation with the police officers from their perspective, and not spoiling the thing. They think that they have a suspect. They think that they know what's going on. They think that they got an informant, a snitch that's telling them feeding them information. And then, you know, shit happens. So it's one of those plot twisty kind of things, you know, the twist endings where you got to pay attention. And because little things are clues or hints, and that at the end of the movie, it's like, oh shit. It's like, it's one of those, and where you point at the screen kind of things.
This is a legendary film, and it does take the same. It follows the same path of what we've been talking about with the other films, where again, it's that ensemble cast. This ensemble cast at the time, again, much like Things to Do in Denver When You're Dead, was a bunch of nobodies. Like Stephen Baldwin is like the third Baldwin brother who's
the least
famous.
famous.
You know what I mean? He's at the time he was famous for Encino Man. All right, like this is how this Benicio del Toro was nobody at the time. This is before he directed any of those big movies that he's known for today. Kevin Pollak was in and out of big roles, but not really getting big roles anymore. Gabriel Byrne, an amazing actor, but again, same deal as Kevin Pollak. And then there's Kevin Spacey, who again, barring his present downward spiral, he had just done a couple of really decent movies and comes into a role where he's sort of between, and like I have to sort of give it to him, his performance and Chaz Palminteri's performance in this movie. They really sell a lot of what's happening in this film. And the conversation alone between those two characters makes the movie. It makes the entire film. There's a lot of action, a lot of things going on, and machinations and gangster stuff and heists and all sorts of stuff going on. But it really all just revolves around this conversation. So when you get the opportunity, if you haven't watched this movie, you gotta. I know Mr. Mayhem, he's a hard guy to stand at this point in the world, but the reality is, damn it, like you have to give it to him in this movie. Like,
he's a good actor.
There's two things. He is a good actor, man. Like, he is a good actor. It's really unfortunate where he, like, you know,
is your digs.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really unfortunate how what he's about. But
can I say something, if you don't mind?
You can. Yeah.
One thing I've learned about watching a cinematic performance is if you reel in all the other things about life, it's gonna screw up whatever it is that you're trying to admire. If you came to watch that movie objectively based on how they put that thing together, if you start worrying about what someone is in his personal life, he might be a piece of shit. But to go watch that film objectively based on what the producer, the writer, the director put together, and the actors tried to portray in that film, there's a certain amount of objectivity that needs to come with it.
Yeah, that's true. But that's like saying, watch Space Jam and listen to I Believe I Can Fly and not have thoughts about R. Kelly. You know what I mean? Is because at the time, Spacey didn't have all that stuff on him. He was just an actor. At the time, R. Kelly was just singing. But now that we know there's things afterwards, it's like now we see the movie or hear the music, it's like, oh damn.
I don't blame Mayhem, because I feel the same way.
I have that problem too, man.
I feel the same way, but sometimes you have to. I feel it should be another layer to who you are, just so you can enjoy that film.
I have that problem with a lot of people and a lot of actors, and again, R. Kelly in that case. There's another guy whose movies I just kind of don't watch for very similar reasons. But I have to say, like, 3 of the properties that Kevin Spacey has acted in are amazing. He does an amazing acting job, and this is one of them. Another one is strangely is it American, not American Pie, American
Beauty.
Great acting job in that movie. And then Kevin Spacey as in House of Cards, just before all the turmoil. Say what?
I saw that,
bro. He was amazing. He was doing an amazing job, so much so that when he left the show basically just finished, right? Like, he left the show.
The show.
The show was centered around him.
He's the show, man. They tried to spin it off on his wife. and they're like, "Oh yeah, that ain't working," and shut the show down immediately after.
But now, Nomad, did you enjoy it? House of Cards?
No.
Why?
I don't enjoy foul. I don't enjoy foul.
Foul.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, and he was shady AF.
Oh, my boy was up to no good, but this is why he was such a great actor, and it also sort of shows. It just why I enjoyed it. I actually recently rewatched it. Why I enjoyed it is just that it shows like how corrupt, much like Bad Lieutenant, it shows how corrupt like politics could really be left unchecked. Ain't nobody really checking it in real life, so there's that. But this is what House of Cards is. Kevin Spacey's a bit of a he's a fantastic actor. It's really unfortunate what he got up to, and it's it's hard to really look at him any other way than a bit sideways. But again, in this role in this movie, this is like a legend. This movie, in my opinion, is kind of legendary, man.
Classic cinema.
I gotta say, there's a couple names that came up in here. One in particular that got my antennas up. It's gonna make me and my lady figure out a way to find some time to watch this. There's a guy in here that you mentioned, Trips, that I didn't know that was in this film, Giancarlo Esposito.
Mm-hmm.
I think he is one of the best actors in the world.
Mm-hmm. From his start with Spike Lee, and Do the Right Thing.
Yeah.
Now he's progressed on to his people will know him mostly from Breaking Bad.
Mm-hmm.
Hermano's Chicken.
This generation knows him from that.
Well, I know. It's funny. You know what I know him from? You know what I call him every time I see him? Bugging Out.
Yeah. From was it School Days?
No, he's in that one too, but it's from.
You gotta watch Spike Lee movies.
Do the Right Thing, right?
Do the Right Thing. Bugging Out.
Do the Right Thing. He's the one who trips out because somebody steps on his Jordans. He loses it.
Right. He was like, "Yo,
white boy step on my Jordans," and he loses it, man. But
he's gone from that to being a respected actor.
Bro, he's bigged up. Bro. He's bigged up. He's they got him in Star Wars now as like a super bad guy and stuff, and he might play its potential to play Professor Xavier in the upcoming X-Men side of the MCU. Like crazy stuff for him. But speaking of the X-Men, this movie is directed by the director of the X-Men films. Bryan Singer directed X-Men 1, X-Men 2 and 3, I believe. I think those 3 are all Bryan Singer. He directed the most recent he directed Superman Returns. A lot of just over the top superhero movies, which this is not. This is just a fantastic tale of some gangsterism gone sideways, and and a brilliant gangster at the end of the day. Like this is a gangster who's known as much technically for his mind as he is for his underworld deeds, and that's what this movie is all about. It's fantastic.
Can I throw a little audible in here? Shout out to the Scrolls that just busted up in here in his presence. I have no idea who he's talking about here.
Michael Madsen. Michael Madsen's first movie.
You know him. I know Michael Madsen is, but I don't know.
My father plays his best friend. The movie kind of
Red Baron's father.
Oh, that's cool. That's the Scroll saying his daddy's in Against All Hope.
Check that out. I don't know if I've ever heard of that. That's why I wanted to point it out to y'all. I don't know. I've never heard of that movie.
Yeah, Against All Odds, but that was Phil Collins.
That's Phil. Well, was Phil Collins in the movie, or did he just sing the soundtrack?
No, that was one of those brothers in the movie. He just did the soundtrack. One of the Bridges boys. One of Lloyd's Bridges boys.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It was almost a one-off. That was it's a good movie. That one too. I wonder who your dad is, Scrolls.
Who's your daddy? Yeah, shit. Michael Madsen, he's shit. Reservoir Dogs, Kill Bill 1 and 2, The Hateful Eight, Donnie Brasco, Free Willy, Thelma and Louise, Species, Once Upon a Time in America, War Games. Shit,
I'm
he's
gonna
in
look at
War
it.
Games.
I'm gonna look at it just because of your dad. Scrolls.
Shit, Beyond the Law, Wyatt Earp, Species 2, The Chronicle, Hell Ride, Free Willy 2, Kill Bill, He was in The Natural?
Yeah, man. Michael Madsen's a bad MF, but he doesn't really get that kind of billing.
Yeah, Piranha, 44 Minutes, Die Another Day, Kill Me Again, Unalive Me Again, Deep Blue, Boarding Gate, The Unaliving Jar, Scary Movie 4, Croc, Blueberry. He's got a list. The Doors. That's right. He was Jim Morrison, wasn't he?
No, he wasn't Jim Morrison. Jim Morrison.
He was a manager or something.
Yeah, he was. He was Val Kilmer was Jim Morrison.
Val Kilmer was Jim Morrison. There you go. But yeah, Michael Madsen, he's another one of those character actors that's been in everything, but he's never been the star.
He just passed away not too long ago.
Yeah, he did. Rest in peace.
Michael Madsen?
Yeah.
2-3 years.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh man, rest in peace, Mike. I didn't realize that.
And
man.
then a rest in peace to Rob Reiner, Meathead and his wife.
Yikes. Yeah, that happened as well. That's another unfortunate little situation.
That dude was hilarious.
I didn't realize that that Michael Madsen had passed away.
Yeah, it wasn't too long ago.
Couple years ago. Maybe not even that long. Maybe not.
I don't think it was. I don't even think it was that long.
No, it's this year he passed away. It's just
this year,
2025. So it's only a couple months. It looks like.
A lot of that going on. All right. Any last thoughts on The Usual Suspects?
Yeah, this is one of those movies where you sit down, you get some popcorn, you put your phone down, you don't be chit-chatting, and you pay the fuck attention.
Yeah. So my boy, like I said, my boy got this movie and he held on to it until he found me. He's like, bro, I came to the west side of town to find you with this movie. We're gonna sit down, we're gonna roll some trees, we're gonna watch this movie, and you're gonna tell me what you think of this movie. And like, there's parts of the movie where just like any other time, like where you kind of zone out, you might not be paying full.
Read the room, man.
Sorry, we're gonna move on. I'm just saying, like you zone out and you miss parts of the movie. I had to rewind this movie and play it again immediately. So it's that type of film. Once you get to the end, you're gonna be like, oh my God, what did I miss? And you're gonna go back and follow it up with what you missed. Great film.
So to read the room means to see what Scrolls is saying here.
What is he saying?
I'm actually in the movie as a baby in a blanket. They used me as an extra. Oh, that's crazy, man. That's crazy.
I believe
the young Red Baron as a thespian.
The Scrolls is in this movie.
Him and his spouse was close, man. I believe him too, man.
Me too. Like Michael
Nobody
Madsen
just randomly says shit like that.
No. Michael Madsen's like that kind of guy, though. Like I say, he's one of those.
He was like every man.
Yeah, he's not like, top billing. You know what I mean? He's not like a superstar actor where he's not a bit down to earth. He's kind of a down to earth type of guy, from what I understand. All right, cool, Scrolls. That's awesome.
That is very.
That's cool.
That's coach too, man. So that makes even more sense.
All right, we got one more to get to. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
This I know a little bit about, just a little bit, and I'll listen to you guys talk, and y'all probably will fill in a whole bunch of blanks I got, but I know some about this.
This one's you, Trip. This is a good movie.
Oh shit. Look up the Mandalore brothers while I'm talking to their kids.
All right.
Costas and his brother. But this movie that we got up now is a classic.
Yeah.
Platoon, which is another ensemble cast, and that came out in 1986, the year I graduated from high school. So you got Willem Dafoe, Charlie Sheen, Tom Berenger, Johnny Depp, Forrest Whitaker, Keith David, Francis Quinn, Dale Dye, John C. McKinley, the funny dude from Scrubs, the doctor.
Yeah.
Warren McLean, Nick Nicholas, Tony Todd, Candyman, Tony Todd, Mark
Yeah.
Moses, Richard Eason, Reggie Johnson, Bob Orwig, Corey Glover. You know Corey Glover when you see him. Chris Peterson, Live and Thai, David Nadoff, and
Oh, snap.
Corky
I forgot.
Ford. Yeah, there's
Holy crap.
a lot of Kevin Dillon, of young, fresh-faced actors in this that became like A-listers. But it's a platoon saga, a Vietnam saga. Charlie Sheen, he's the center of attention. Basically, he's the fresh-faced newbie green kid from the world coming in to the Vietnam conflict, and he is just sucked up between getting shot at by Charlie and the own internal struggles from his own platoon and the leadership and the division within the platoon on should they be, merciful soldiers or should they just be warriors and out there unalive and everything in the jungle.
Trip, quick question. Is this a Spielberg film?
Is it?
I don't think so. This is Ollie Stone. This is Oliver
Stone.
Okay, Oliver Stone. Somewhere right there in that sphere.
And now also the soundtrack. Oh my God, because they used the music from that era. And that was the Motown Tracks of My Tears. People say I'm the life of the party. And they do that one, and then they integrate the music into the war background.
There you busting caps in the back. It's that's so well done as far as the soundtrack is concerned. I'm still kind of tripping out over the people in this film, man. There's a lot of people and this is an old movie, so like these people are like youths. They're young. Like this is Charlie Sheen before.
Yeah, I think this is like his first, like one of the first gigs.
This is one of his first. Well, I think the first gig is oh man, the one with the shit.
Where he was the punk kid teenager.
Yeah, it's the punk kids, man. Snap. Yeah.
But like Willem Dafoe.
Stand by me.
There you go.
Would be the first one. But this one.
Speaking of Rob Reiner.
Yeah.
But Willem Dafoe, he's an Oscar winner now. Tom Berenger.
Johnny Depp. I totally forgot Johnny Depp was in this movie.
I don't think he had many lines.
No, he was. This is again early Johnny Depp. This is before Johnny Depp was a thing at all. Corey Glover's in there. Forrest Whitaker.
We don't get
Tony Todd, Candyman's in there. Tom Berenger. I thought the dad was in this movie, but he wasn't. The dad is in Martin Sheen. He's in another, and like why Charlie got
Apocalypse
this
Now.
Thank you. Martin Sheen's in Apocalypse Now. So because of how well Martin Sheen did in that movie, they're like, you know what? Let's just get his kid and like we're gonna do something similar. And that's kind of how this all rolled out. This is Charlie Sheen in an actual true to life dramatic role, which for the most part he does not like. After this, he doesn't really do that anymore. After this,
a comedy.
I gotta ask you guys: is this a play on the Vietnam War, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's during the Vietnam War. Yeah.
Okay. So I gotta let y'all finish because I got a different take on this.
Okay, this is truly a Vietnam War film, and back in the days there was almost every year there was like a big Vietnam War movie throwback. Again, Apocalypse Now would have been one a couple of years before this. Platoon, huge. Born on the 4th of July, Tom Cruise, similar situations, right? Like there was just a lot of these types of
the red line or the red something.
Thin Red Line. You got it. But yeah, there's a lot of movies like that. Cool Hand Luke is another one that's kind of, oh, nah, that's not like this, but that's
Yeah, that's a Western.
That's a Western. That's a different situation. But yeah, this is a badass movie, man. And again, when you sort of go back and you look at all the folks that are in this movie, and sort of seeing their trajectory out of this movie, it's kind of wild, man. It's kind of crazy. I did not even really realize that Johnny Depp was in this film, nor did I realize that that Candyman was in this film. Like, he's in this film. Keith David, I recognize that Keith David's in the movie. Keith David, like, what's he famous for now? Keith David is
You know you fucked up. No, that's
no.
that's not Keith David. Keith David was in a lot of shit. That was Bill Duke that I was thinking of.
There's
But
some
Keith
like,
David has been in
Trips, you think
you
Trips
keep your
thinking
pecker
about
hard and your powder dry, and the worm will turn.
there's something very specific I'm thinking of, and that might have been it.
But I think he's a director too, also, isn't he?
He directs some stuff. He's a voice actor in a lot of stuff as well.
Oh, he's one of those comic characters.
He's got it. There's a comedic role that we all know him for, and I'm trying to remember what it is.
They Live, The Thing, The Lowdown Caroline, Rick and Morty.
Oh, he's snap! He's the president in Rick and Morty. I didn't even clue into that until this minute. I love that show. It's one of my favorite shows on
Dead
TV.
Presidents.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about, Trips.
Armageddon. He was the general in Armageddon.
He's a man. Listen, that guy's a great actor.
So the Armageddon role, yes, he's a great actor. But there's like I keep like flashing back to Adam Sandler, but it's not Adam Sandler.
Spawn 21 Bridges. He was in that.
That's
Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Great actor. He's in all kinds of shit. He's in shit that's going on right now.
Yeah, The Quick and the Dead.
He's good in that movie as well.
Tyler Perry's got him doing shit like Greenleaf and all kinds of other shit.
You know, but back then he was just another dude.
That's what I'm saying. Most of this cast were very young, or again, lesser known actors that Oliver Stone sort of put together and did the darn thing with. I'm pretty like, this is a classic movie for all intents and purposes, for what it's worth. Go out there, check it out.
Because now it is a war movie, so there are blood and guts. You know, many of your favorite characters aren't gonna make it, but it's not just that violent aspect of it. It deals with the psychological aspects of, the drug use that was rampant amongst the soldiers then. It touches on their geopolitical views and discussions about, the politicians and their actual missions there. And then, I am reality, as Tom Berenger said, of just this is war. Our job is to unalive. This is what we do. So you had the internal good versus evil and all of that layered into it.
I gotta say my piece on this, because I have watched this, and the more and more y'all talked about it and the actors, I'm starting to picture guys and scenes and different parts of that movie. I got definitely a different take on it, and it's because I'm me, and I see looking back on that now, and I see what they did to those people over there, and it's very upsetting to me right now, and this has nothing to do with politics. It has nothing to do with anything other than, the mistreatment of people. And the basically, I like how they put it in very raw, very descriptive terms in this movie. It was very raw. The emotions, the mental health stuff. The reason why it hits me in a different way is because I've treated different people old people that have been through this. they still suffering the ramifications of this.
Yeah. War is hell. PTSD is real.
Yeah.
Because there are soldiers, people in the military just doing their job, and they don't enjoy having to unalive people, and it messes with them, psychologically in the head, and they just can't deal with it. They can't just get over it and move on. And it messes with them, for years and years down the line. But then on the flip side of that coin, you got some soldiers out there that love it way too much. And they still have to come back to the world, if you will, and live amongst society. So you get extremes on both sides that are very precarious in their daily keeping it together.
I have a serious issue living amongst people that would run to that. I have a serious issue with that, and that's just me personally. My peaceful mindset is that people who run to that kind of damage, destruction, evil, in my opinion, need to be expunged from society. Some way they need to be contained, because anybody that has a mind like that shouldn't be walking amongst us.
I'm trying to
There's
understand
not only that, but
though.
it's the actions and the activities of being in a physical battle of war that skews the mental of people who could be normal, regular, good, decent people going in, but after that experience, they come out, of what you described as, kind of effed in the head.
So, well, hold on a second. Like, who are you talking about? Are you talking about the soldier, or are you talking about the potential viewer of a movie like this?
No, I'm talking about the soldier that would. There's people walking amongst us that sees an opportunity in a situation like this. They're being told that these are certain types of people and shouldn't be looked at as human. They are these its.
Well, that's program.
And so hold on. Yeah. And so they would take something like that, young, giddy. Yeah, I'll go over there and do it. I'll line them up. That kind of mindset sets fire with my spirit.
And a movie like, fair enough. So in a movie like this, they're going to show you guys like that. They're going to also show you draftees who are like what the hell am I doing here? I'm completely out of source. I don't want to do any of this. They're going to give you this is why Platoon's actually a good film. It gives you sort of the full spectrum of what they were shipping over to Vietnam to go do this thing, right? Like that's they give you all of that. Right. So you get the benefit of seeing those guys who are like semper fi or die. We were in the army to begin with. We were soldiers to begin with, and that's how we're gonna attack this thing. And then you have the other guys who were like, they just told me I had to show up, and now I'm here fighting for my life.
Because now look at it from the perspective of, have you seen Full Metal Jacket, Nomad?
I have.
All right. And so you look at Gunny, rest in peace, how he was training these guys to go to war. What's your war face? You will choke yourself. All that fun stuff. And that's another Vietnam era movie. But point being, some of the recruits are going in. It's like, hey, this is our job. We're going to unalive everybody. And then they get in that first battle. And then reality hits them in the face and blood and guts from their buddy, and they're like, oh shit, and now they don't have a taste for it no more, whereas others go the other direction and lean into it. And so it's just the fact that they are there in the first place, I think is the main thing, because the ones that send them there are never the ones that go fight.
Exactly.
They stay back in Washington fighting the war with one hand tied around their balls, as the expression goes.
Exactly.
So they send all these young kids out there into the grinder, and then they're ground up, spit out, and then they're come back, and labeled as baby unalivers. And it's like, well, technically that could be true. you know, and they were following orders. Some of them, you know, are like cool with it, whereas others are like internally it's just eating them up, and they're unalived inside, and but
And
they're still walking around living.
there's a certain level of morality that comes with anything that you do. I don't care how long you live this life. There's a certain level of morality. There's some will you do or will you won't do in life. And you know, the people who, I mean, the movie is a great movie now. They're just giving you an accurate description of what a depiction of what happened in that movie and what happened. They say this is probably the most realistic vision of what happened during that time. And the thing I take exception to is the types of people that would run to that. You know, I have nothing for people like that. You have to have some objectivity to you. You got to say, there's got to be a part of you that says, no,
Well,
you're not
remember, you
doing
don't.
that
It's
here.
not like they had a choice.
No, they had a choice. You always have a choice.
No, I disagree with that.
You always have a
I
choice.
disagree with that, man. And like you
You can't disagree with that. Everybody has
Right.
a
Well,
choice.
then you get sent to the prison or you get shot.
And that's what it is.
no,
That's what it
look,
is.
it's you have to have a broader view of this, and I'm strangely I'm not one to even consider putting myself in those shoes in that type of situation. I'm not one to suggest my kids do either. But for other people, I get it. Structure, the way that the army sort of works all together. Like I worked very closely with a soldier for many years, and I was like, bro, I could never be one. Why? Like, how did you know, he's now a civilian in sales, and I'm like, how did you survive all those years? And he's like, dude, I was deployed in war torn situations, and I've had to do some crazy things that I don't ever want to tell other people that I've had to do. But at the same time, my life has been structured. I crave and require the structure. And this is a guy who now, for life, he wakes up, he wakes up at 5 o'clock in the morning, puts on a 50-pound weight on his back. He goes outside, he runs. This is what he does. He gets his workout in early in the morning, gets back to the house, does his chores, does what he needs to do, jumps in the car, gets to work. This guy's a grinder for life at everything that he does because of the structure that he gained out of being, in the military. So I can understand the why some people crave that structure. I'll be frank with you. I think we all of us actually need this type of structure in our lives. It's one of the few benefits that I see. One of the few benefits that I see for folks who go to, who unfortunately
that discipline. I agree with you. That discipline, yes, but a lot of that structure was programmed.
It is programming. It is to break your will.
Right. That's the part that you kind of want to avoid.
One would say that you want to avoid it, but it's almost a requirement in order to be
in the military,
adherent, not just in the military, but to be adherent to their programming. Right? They're programming you. You have to follow.
Kids, in the midst of all of that you just said, which is correct, there's some value to being a soldier that people take and apply to their lives every day, every single day, and it's useful to them. And at the same time, two things can be true at the same time. And
you're right.
This training and some of this drilling takes in terms a regular human being into an animal.
That is the purpose of this.
That's the purpose of the training.
It is.
Because remember, what is the job of a soldier?
Yeah, to do what you're effing told, bro. Right? Like you do what you're told. You go out there and you do that. Right? So they need to prepare you to take orders and exact them.
The problem is, Kez, and this before we get ready to get out of here, the problem is, I don't have a problem with the movie. The premise I don't have a problem with because it was just telling the truth. It's a great movie. I'm talking about the in-depth details of it and the discretion that humans ought to use. I don't give a shit how old you are or who you are in this life. The discretion. You don't just take what people tell you. This is what these people are, and just go take weapons and aim them at people and just destroy folks. You just don't. Yeah, that's just the real.
But
That's
that's
just
war, my friend.
that's war, but that's also human life.
The war is
Yeah.
human life.
It's human life taken.
But that is what war is. And
Yeah,
that's the
that's why
purpose of this
they have
movie,
been
right?
drafted and sent over there.
The
You know,
purpose of this
they're
movie.
not carrying books, they're not carrying flowers or Bibles.
Why
You
do
know,
you
what do they have? They're
why do you
loaded up.
why do you think so many of these people that I've treated came back with so much mental anguish?
Yeah, because war is fucked up.
Bro,
That's
No,
it's
why.
not.
it's
Yeah.
not that. It's not that. It's more of what did I do? Why did I do that? That's more of what it is. I shouldn't have done that. That's what it is.
Well, yeah, but at the time, I
There's
mean, it's
no
not like they can say, well, they can. No, I rephrase that.
This
They
choice.
can say, I am not following this order, and they will have to deal with the repercussions and consequences of not following that order, up to
Yeah.
which they could be, on the field executed,
Yeah.
up to that.
You can get
So
you
a
can be
lot of them are
court-martialed.
just trying to get their paycheck, trying to send money home, follow their orders, hope they don't get into nothing, and they think they want to get into something, then they do, and then they really change their mind. And then it's like they have the physical repercussions, the mental repercussions, and then they come home and then they're treated, by society. They're shunned for doing the bad stuff that they, had to do. And then the whole system that's supposed to support them with the Veterans Administration, they don't have mental health services like they should. They don't have the physical health services and rehabilitation and the
Yeah.
staff like they should.
Yeah.
So basically, they draft and recruit these young kids. They send them off to war, put them in the grinder, and then when they get back home, if they get back home, it's like they can live on the street. Fuck them, and then we'll just move on to the next generation and the next war. And that's not the soldiers' fault per se. Now,
I think
yes, there are soldiers that have their own a responsibility for things that they may have done above and below, their orders while they were doing stuff over there all grimy. That's one thing. But I look at a soldier and say, yo, thanks for doing what you do. Because I swear to God, like kids, you catch me on the wrong day and you yelling at me, it's like, oh Lord, I'm about to be court martial because I'm gonna hit this motherfucker in his lips.
you know what I'm saying. This is why
But they have that
think
discipline. You know what I
I
mean?
think
They
I
learn.
think that's at the I'm glad you pointed that out, Trish, because that's a very important part of everything that we're talking about here. I'm glad this came up because it's great, even though it's a great movie and it's great acting, everything about this movie is great. That aspect of it, the other side of it, how people come back, how they're treated, what the military did to them, and you turn them into this unaliver, and I got to go back and deal with regular society. How
Get a
am I
job at
supposed to
Home
cope?
Depot.
Yeah, how am I supposed to cope with what I have inside of me? And so you got trained unalivers walking around on the streets looking to me for help. I'm one of those
of
people
course.
that tried to help people like that. You know what I mean? And I did. But it's a very real part of any kind of movie like this that should come up in a conversation, should be spoken to on every level of it, and that's part of it. What Trip just got to said, what I
It's
just
funny
got
you
to
say
say.
that. It's funny you say that. It's just that's you're bringing up exactly like the movie ends before that. You know what I mean? Before all of that sort of comes into play, and it's unfortunately so it's only a couple hours, but it is heavy AF as William is saying out there in the chat. It is a lot to take in and understand, and they give you a good, like I'm saying, they give you a good full spectrum of the front end of it. The back end is what you're describing again, is what happens when you go get home, right? And unfortunately, there's no true infrastructure for that, and that's terrible from front to back. But what they're showing here, what they show here is, again, how does that look to a guy who's actually a lifer in the Army? How does that look to a guy who was flipping burgers a week before and just wound up here, and now he's fighting for his life? So I can't, for all intents and purposes, I can't, through this film, I can't sort of sit down and go, okay, well, you're wrong for fighting for your life in a war-torn situation, in a war zone. You have to stay living, and
Nobody.
Well, let me ask you this:
At all.
there was a scene in a movie. It's not really a giveaway, but kind of. But Francis, they're out there, black dude, and it's like he lives through this huge battle. And so he comes out, he is shook because there's people, blood and guts everywhere. And he's like, I'm alive. He immediately picked up a bayonet, a knife, and he stabbed himself in the leg.
All right.
So because he would now be injured for the second time, so he gets to go home. So technically he cowered and punked out and hurt himself to get out of war, but he did it to get out of war.
This is the lengths they'll go to.
All right. Let's do this. Because let me take this off. The thing is this, man. I think I have a certain amount of sensibilities to it because of the people that I've run into in my life and have to get to know, and some of them I loved. And the stories I can never forget, the situations I'll never forget. And just watching them as they go through life now, I have a certain amount of sensibility to it that is different, man. I don't know that everybody runs into somebody that went to war in Vietnam, and people in your family knows who they are, knew who they were before they went to that war and came back the way they came back. And that's a lot of where my energy comes from, and the discretion part of what I'd said earlier in the show about, choosing, that's important, because in the future, or presently and in the future, there will be options for people to go and do things like that because some billionaire, some rich person said that this is who we should be doing things to. Use discretion. That's my point. There's no such thing as I don't have a choice. You always have a choice. It might not be the best choices in the world, but you have a choice. You can do or you don't. And whatever the results are, be damned. Well, this is what it is, man. And we got to get ready to wrap this up, kids, because
I want to shut the show down too, but I don't. One of the kids that my son's grown up with, I've known this kid his entire life. Played football with my son for years. He hollered at me a little while ago, maybe a couple of months back, and he said, hey kids, would you do me a favor and would you be a reference for me? And I was like, oh, sure, no problem. I'll be a reference for you. I've known you your whole life. No problem. And then he sent me the link, and it was like, to the armed forces. And I was like, oh, wow. I would never have thought about, I would never have thought about you as somebody who would be in the armed forces before. Like, I just never. And again, I thought about my son immediately, and I was like, you know what? Like, I don't think I would really suggest that my son do it. And my friend's son is in the armed forces. He's there training right now. And I had to look at this kid and really think about who he was as a person. And I was like, man, like, I have to also say, like, my son would probably do a great job. There's a lot of value shared for a football player in the armed forces, right? Like, I have to say there's a lot of traits that are shared traits to be a soldier, in similar capacity. And I had to look at this kid, and I was like, wow, man, out of all the people I know, I think you'd be an amazing soldier. And I went through his frame of reference for the armed forces, and I totally gave him a stellar recommendation with his potential to join up and do that. And the structure case scenario is just something that he would fall right into as a player. He's already fallen into that type of disciplinary situation.
You do the same thing for your son?
If he asked me, I had to stop for a minute and really consider that, man. And I was like, you know what? I don't want this for my son. And then I recognized, but hold on. But then I recognized that he would also be a perfect soldier, right? Like he is a disciplined. Football has provided both him and this other young man I'm talking about with a lot of discipline, the ability to follow orders and exact what you're being asked to do in situations that are adverse. And I believe that he could take that to the Army and perform very well. I think there's a lot of shared values there, shared traits, shared talents, if you will, between the two things. The other thing that really got to me at the end of the day was, again, if you know what hits the fan down the road, it's probably best if you are fully prepared for that to hit the fan. And
that military training comes
you
in.
know what I'm saying? And in those situations, those kids are going to come out better off and be leaders in those situations. And that was part of what I was writing about him. I was like, this kid in these weird adverse situations would become a leader with this type of training. And I think it would work out very well for him.
Before we get out of here, I got to say this. In the amount of kids, young people that I've dealt with over the years, and the many options that either they explored themselves or I presented to them or other people presented to them, one of the things that I will never, ever, ever, and this is just some black man shit right here. I'm about to tell you. This is some black man shit that was told to me by my black man uncle. Coming from, I think he did 4 years in the military, and he came home, and I remember I was a little bitty boy, and I was brought to the airport with my grandparents that came to receive him from the airport. He came back from overseas. I think he was in Germany or somewhere. And he came back, and I had a whole legion of my family there to receive him at O'Hare Airport. I'll never forget it. And all those family that was around, all of them, you know what he did when he first got off that plane? He beeline right to me. And he came and he grabbed me by my scruff. He just scruffed me up. He said, "Hey, boy, let me tell you something. Don't you ever join the military. The military ain't no place for no black man." That's what he told me. And over the years, with all the things that's happened in my life, those options were on the table. These are things that happened when I left college and football was no longer an option. Those things were on the table. And I took those things to heart. And as I progressed in my life and started to move and do things the way I needed to do, I had to come in contact. And some of those messages were, I had to give them to the next young black man. And because that's the truth. That's the truth. Black people in this country have gotten the royal treatment when it comes to combat, wherever it was, and coming back here and being treated like a goddamn stepchild. And so I told them the truth.
That's it. Yeah.
I told them the truth, and I'm just talking from that perspective, and I'm gonna leave it there, man. It's just something for me, and all the stuff that I did with the Vietnam veterans, to all those guys that I had come in contact with, all of that stuff means something to me, and what they went through is sacred to me. So I'm just speaking from my heart, man.
And Mel, before we go, there's one more comment. What about the combat vets, like myself, Minister Charles, that are listening? We've been addressing, the kids and the youngsters going, but for those that have been through and came out, first of all, thanks for your service, because y'all went and did the damn thing. But there are contemporaries of mine that are still mad at their parents for not loving them enough or loving them too much, whatever the case may be. And like these are people pushing 50, 60 years old, and their parents are long gone and can never apologize or explain, or there will never be any closure. Things that have soldiers have had to endure, had to do, had to witness, had happened to them in theater of combat. When you're in the line of fire, it sucks. It's fucked up, and there is no changing it. There is no going back. So those physical burns and wounds, those mental burns and wounds, they're gonna be with you. But there has to be a time where you can become at peace. You may not ever forget, you won't ever forget, but you have to be able to deal with and be at peace and be able to move forward. We're talking about movies, Forrest Gump, Lieutenant Dan. When he lost his legs, he was pissed at the world, but he finally found some level of peace and acceptance and was able to move on in a productive life. And there are examples of many soldiers that can do that. But you do need support, you do need help, you do need to go to places where like not what do you call it? The military support groups where people have gone through similar things, so they know what you're going through, what they're going through.
For
And a
sure.
lot of times just getting it out, talking it out, no matter how painful it may be, can alleviate some of that pain. So my message to any vet that might be listening is, don't close off, don't isolate, don't self-medicate, but reach out to people who are like-minded. And it's a lot easier with the internet nowadays, but don't continue to battle your struggles alone.
Yeah, don't isolate.
For sure. For sure. For sure. I love what Scrolls is saying. He says our front line ain't abroad. I believe that. Like I believe, like some people believe in Jesus, man. You got to know that the enemy ain't all over the place. The enemy is right here around you. So the struggle ain't in all these other countries. The struggle is right here with around you. I believe that. So we're gonna close this off because this can turn into a whole 2-hour conversation as well. I appreciate you guys, man. This is the first time we did movies, and maybe we should end it like this so that we signify that we just got out of the movie part of it. That was a very interesting conversation. All the movies, but how personal it got with the very end of Platoon and the whole thing with war and what that got interesting. It's gonna end up being a whole lot more conversations with other stuff we talked about because Oliver Stone's made other movies. Steven Spielberg's made great movies. I've seen a few of them recently. So there's a lot to talk about there, man. And we all have personal opinions about everything. And that was what you just witnessed. Everybody's personal opinion about everything. But that's that. Let's give some pleasantries before we get out of here. Triple R, you are the first on deck.
Yeah. Big up to all the Nomaniacs, all the Super Nomaniacs. Whether you have been tuning in on the Nomad Network, on at Keds of Canuck, or at Sports Chicago Style, also known as at Triple RSCS. A shout out to all of the uh, previous subscribers, but as well as the new ones, because I believe at the last time we were together or on Extra Sauce, I said that, hey, we had gotten up to like 135 or so subs. Kids, Nomad, 141. That's
Oh,
where it's
nice.
standing at
All right,
now.
all right, all right.
So much appreciation on the your support of the content by subscribing, and on to 1 million. But I think I got to get to 200 first. But milestones, you know what I mean, and goals.
Young
So much
Trip.
appreciation to those that have subscribed, and if you have not, please do so, please and thank you.
Everything he said for sure, times 2, if not 3. That's me. I'm Keza Canuck. By all means, check me out at Keza Canuck right here on YouTube. Give me a like, share, subscribe, and we will continue rocking and pushing out this type of content. Come check us out this weekend for Bears v Packers Part 2. That's French for 2. Yeah, this is the episode of the season where we kick the living shit out of the Packers. My personal favorite episode of the year. So by all means, join us. We will feed them Bears and definitely feed them Packers.
Well, get
Look
those
at baby
Zerberts.
kids there.
Get those baby kids Zerberts.
Oh, look at
Those.
that guy. He's a cute little guy. That guy. But look, big shout outs to the whole chat for being with us. Things are a little bit splintered. As stated, we are pushing out 6 different versions of this show, not necessarily by purpose, but nonetheless, that's what's happening. So if you don't see your stuff in the overall chat, it means you might be in the wrong chat, and you should try one of the other chats. But what's important to me is the chat's been strong all night long. Shout out to Quatu, to Minister Charles, to Scrolls, AC Adam, Notorious, William Gaza, Paul Rodriguez, AC Adam was in there. The Bishop dropped by, Crooked Commish. We had a pretty full house across the board. So again, thank you for all of your love. And Bear Truth 9 was with us as well. Thanks for being active and making it a community conversation. Regardless as to what we were talking about, we got into all sorts of different comments. I will end my fun stuff on a Wednesday night with this. Again, thank you to our community that is in the armed forces and in the military. I appreciate you and thank you again for the service that you provide. Again, whether you're on the Canadian side of the border or on the U.S. side of the border, once again, thank you very much. You guys do stuff that that people like me don't have the balls to do. I wish I could say it a different way. And for that, once again, we appreciate you.
Indeed.
For sure. I agree with that. Ditto. I just want to reflect on what we just did tonight. And first I want to apologize to the people that came here for the Buga Sphere conversation. I definitely apologize for that. We'll double down and make sure we give you guys extra content when we get the chance to, probably on the next show. I feel bad about that because it's advertised on the thumbnail that we were going to be talking about that. But as a producer of the content, you have to read the room. You have to see what you can and can't do. With the show this long, you have to pay attention. And I felt like we did what we could tonight. And where we ended up in the conversation about all the movies, and Platoon in particular, about people that have been in the Army or whatever part of the military, whatever branch it was, it turned into a personal conversation that I'm still proud of. And based on the things I've done in life, I stand by those things. And I still respect everybody that's going through the military. And just based off conversation, I feel good about what I just said, man. I co-sign my own conversation, but I appreciate you guys for being here, man. It was one hell of a time. Hopefully you guys had a good time. I like the drinks. I like the food. I enjoyed the Bears conversation, which you should probably rewind because there was some nuggets in there that we got to talking about during that part of the show that was really, really good. You have to probably go back to that before we get to this Packer game to really understand what we're about to deal with, how they can deal with the Packers, and how it could be different this time around. The different players that we just brought into the building, Dominique Hampton, we got DeMarco Jackson being the defensive player of the week. There's a whole lot of nuggets in regards to that conversation. I'm just telling you guys who could be signed, who could not be re-signed. There's a lot of gold in that conversation. I'm just being honest with you. Go back and watch that stuff. But every part of this show, every layer of this show was worth it. It was great. I had a good time. Hopefully you guys did too. I appreciate these two guys that rock with me all the time, every week. It's getting better and better. I feel it. Trips and Kids, man. Thank you guys for being good soldiers about this stuff, man. This was cool, man. First time doing the movie thing. I thought that was cool. We definitely gonna have to do some more of it, but we have to figure out a way to fit it into everything that we do. So it was all good, man. I enjoyed it. Hope you all did. And I'm gonna leave you guys with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are